All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Easter weekend. Yesterday being Good Friday, tomorrow being Easter. Christ has risen. God bless. Hallelujah. Welcome, everybody. I hope everybody is having an enjoyable morning. I know I certainly am getting ready to get all packed up and loaded up and ready to go to GART in Tennessee. If you guys follow us over on Badlands, that is taking place. It starts next week. I will be traveling Thursday, before then. I'm not going to lay out my travel plans, but before then. So be sure to go to badlandsmedia.tv/events and grab your virtual tickets for GART, in-person tickets if you're around Nashville or you want to come down. It's always a fun time, man. GART is an absolutely incredible experience. I love going to the events, seeing all my colleagues at Badlands and all the, folks out there in Badlandia. And it's always awesome to hang out with you guys for a week and do all sorts of crazy stuff, karaoke and dancing and all the fun stuff, right? Maybe not the dancing for me. That's more like the wives. My wife loves to dance. So good morning, everybody. One person, one vote. Good to see you, April Ann. Good to see you, Mags. Holy smoked. I do want to give a shout out to AJC last week on a stream. They gifted 50 subs, but it was a rehash stream, so I did not see it live. And I want to give you salute, hat tip for doing that, because that helps me out tremendously, guys. I love Rumble to death, man. I do. I love Rumble to death. But what are we doing, guys? Like, you've got, look at this. This is their homepage right now. This is their homepage. You've got a 47-minute gaming video that was pre-recorded yesterday or already live yesterday. You've got NASA just revealed from Artemis. That's an old, already done. Hot honey lamb recipe, already done. And MOA versus Mill Scopes, already done. Like, you've got live content, guys. What are you doing? Feature me. I've been here for 5 freaking years. Come on, Rumble. In the meantime, you guys can help out with that by smashing the thumbs up right down here, as everybody starts to kind of slowly creep in. You guys can help me out tremendously. Same thing on YouTube for those over on YouTube. All right, let's hit our sponsor, and then we will get into the show. I don't like to spend too much time doing the talking stuff, but all right, guys, most of you know that I have been a fan of precious metals for a very, very long time, especially silver. I've said it over and over again on my shows, on other platforms and whatnot. But whether you lean silver, gold, or both, the issue right now is purchasing power, and that is the part that people miss. Everything costs more. Groceries, utilities, insurance, gas. Right now, gas is up there. And that same retirement money does not stretch like people think it does. A lot of retirement accounts are still tied completely to paper assets, stocks, bonds, and, of course, dollars. And that's fine until the purchasing power keeps getting chipped away year after year. And then eventually you're like, oh, crap, I got nothing left. That's why some people look at gold and silver inside their retirement accounts, not to trade, not to speculate, but just to diversify a portion and reduce that risk. If you want to understand how gold and silver IRAs actually work, the rules, the structure, what you can and can't do with it, there's a company called Augusta Precious Metals that focuses on education first. Learn about it first. No hype and no pressure. This stays inside your IRA or 401k, no taxes, no penalties. You're not moving everything. You're just learning how this works. If you want to dig into it, click the link in the description below, or you can text CanCon to 35052 to get your free gold and silver IRA guide. Get informed first, and then make sense what works best for you. Decide what makes sense for you. Let me see if I could speak this morning. I'm getting the tongue twisters out. All right, again, text CanCon, CANNCON to 35052, and I will throw that up here in the chat here for a little bit of the show. Again, you're helping yourself out, and at the same time, you're supporting the show. So thank you guys all so much for doing that. All right, where do we want to start today? Obviously, the big news this week, in my opinion at least, had to be this right here. Artemis 2, heading to the moon.
10, 9, 8, 7, RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
This was really cool to watch. I'm sorry.
Good roll pitch.
Kind of missed this.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high. AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the ultimate eco. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston saying good performance on the 48 engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
That is so badass, man. The only bad thing is it was very cloudy down here in South Florida. It's beautiful up in Cape Canaveral, but it was cloudy down here, so we did not get to see it. Normally, we can see these launches from down here. Not this time. We missed it. But I did watch it live.
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon. Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
All right, so there it is. Artemis is underway. It's a 10-day mission. I think they're going to be back April 10th. As far as I know, I believe they got the I don't know, what would you call it, the all clear, I guess, that they're done with their trips around Earth to gather up the momentum and speed, and now they are slingshot. It's like Talladega Nights. Remember Ricky Bobby? Slingshot, engaged, shake and bake. Yeah. They have to go around the Earth a couple times and then slingshot to the moon and go around the moon. They're going to be out of commission on the dark side of the moon. They won't be able to communicate, and then they'll be coming back. And it's funny, and I'm sure if I get in the chat, I'll see it. But people are still like, "Yeah, we totally haven't gone to space." I mean, look, do I think we went to the moon in what was it, 1969? No, absolutely not. I don't believe that for a split second. I was watching again this morning. Antonio Sabato Jr. put some of the imagery allegedly from the moon on that trip, and he had it up on X this morning before I went live. I was just watching it, and of course, everybody always brings up the point, like, how was there already a cameraman on the moon when he took his first steps? Who did they leave behind? Is Artemis 2 going up there to get the guy they left behind in in the original lunar mission? Probably not. I mean, that was made in a Hollywood basement. Is it Red Hot Chili Peppers that said that? Made in a Hollywood basement. Anyways, that's a very expensive roundabout, Jennifer Ray. Yes, that is a very expensive trip. But there's a lot of speculation. I mean, I'm sure that scientifically it can be proven. If I can't understand it in layman's terms, I'm skeptical. But there's a lot of benefit to getting on the moon. There's a lot of resources that the moon has that can provide for us, and whether or not we're going to build a joint what would you call it? Like a layover airport. We're going to build a spaceport. It's going to be a layover spaceport to refuel and everything for the Mars trips. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But either way, pretty badass American innovation back to the moon for the first time in 54 years, allegedly. Again, I'm sure there's still going to be naysayers, but let's stay on the space conversation because this is most likely a psyop of some sort, psychological warfare. But how and why is this coming out in the form and fashion that it is? So Matt Gaetz this week drops an absolute bombshell on Benny Johnson about aliens and hybrid races and everything else. And then you have more people coming out talking about this. And then a phenomenon of missing scientists that are directly involved in this type of research. Well, not this type of research, but in space research and jet propulsion and those kinds of things. So check out this clip here with Matt Gaetz on Benny Johnson.
I think the most important information will be the biologics that are not human that have been discovered. And like even some of the briefings that aren't classified just need to be out in the public. I mean, I had someone come and brief me who was in a military uniform, worked for the United States Army, that was briefing me on the locations of hybrid breeding programs where captured aliens were breeding with humans to create some hybrid race that could engage in intergalactic communication. An actual uniformed member of the United States Army briefed me on that.
Non-human biologics, interracial alien mating? What the F is going on? Look, wait a second. You had whistleblowers tell you this kind of thing? Can you please unpack that?
I had a guy who was uniformed. He was a senior enlisted with the United States Army. Came into my office in Crestview, Florida, in a non-classified setting. I had members of my staff there, and what they explained is that the military ran a very secret program where aliens that were living were in forced breeding programs with humans that had been abducted from war zones and from even the caravans of migrants. Now, again, I didn't verify this, but what the whistleblower was telling me is that there were like between 6 and 12 locations around the country where this happened. And what he wanted was a group, members of Congress, to all show up at the same time at all of these different locations so that any of those activities could not be moved. And of course, it's a physical impossibility to get members of Congress to simultaneously show up at like 8 locations at one time.
All right, so we can land that there. So we are somehow able to breed with an alien species, according to Matt Gaetz and this uniformed Army officer. That is very fascinating. What? So I was playing, me and Alpha, unfortunately we had to cancel sit rep on Thursday. He had something come up with his son that he had to do. It wasn't like anything bad. Everything's fine. That whenever we have to cancel a show, that's like the first thing. Is everything cool? Yes, everything is fine. Trust me. But we were going to talk about that and the idea that we're actually the aliens, not just the aliens, but that we have, historically we've had this kind of crossbreeding laced into. So I'm playing with ChatGPT and I'm like, is it possible that human beings themselves have been, crossbred over history? And I'm talking go all the way back to before, any type of technology existed, when they were still writing hieroglyphs. And if you have, these aliens that land and they're like, hey, we can't sustain ourselves on your planet. However, you guys have evolved to sustain yourselves on this planet, assuming that we are the alien race. And we're going to integrate ourselves into your species so that we can eventually habitat. We can live here. I don't know why my words aren't working right now. We can live here. So I was asking it, and ChatGPT is like, well, the scientists have broken down the DNA, and there's retroviruses and all sorts of other things that retroviruses that that are, you know, in your DNA that you know, we don't really know how they got there, but they're organic to human beings, they're organic to Earth. And it's like, okay, sure. If we're believing all of that, you know, like the phenomenon of us understanding DNA and being able to break down DNA and look at it allegedly is relatively new. I mean, we're talking within the last 100 years, and human beings have been here for tens of thousands of years. So is it possible that this has been something that's been going on for a long time? Anyways, the whole point of this is like, why now is all of this coming up? So just real quick, short video. This was a senator in Australia, Ralph Babbitt, talking about the same thing. Now, this one is the least credible out of all of them. I kind of get the feeling that this is like an April Fool's joke for them. Maybe they're laughing at us, our Five Eyes partners over there in what do they call them? The Kiwis? Is that I don't know if that's like a derogatory term, but the Kiwis or the Aussies, I don't know. I feel like they're poking fun at us, or he's poking fun at us right here, but check it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. It's true. There are aliens living amongst us. There are aliens in Area 51. There are even alien human hybrids. I have been briefed this morning in a top secret intelligence briefing that exposes all. Unfortunately, I am forbidden from speaking about it under pain of death. But know this, I will fight for accountability and I will fight for transparency. There is more to come. Stay tuned. Follow for more.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. That one to me kind of comes off like very April Foolsy, and it was April Fool's, so it was posted over here on March 31st. But in Australia, they're 6.5. I think they're 6 hours ahead of us. So it was actually April Fool's Day over there. Aussie equals AU, Kiwi equals New Zealand. They're close enough. They're close enough, right? I'm just kidding. Who's this homo? His name is Ralph Babbitt, and that is like he comes off very insincere. Is that, you know, it comes off very insincere to me. Now, this is the most interesting one to me, okay? Because I've become, you know, I enjoy listening to this guy because I think he gets it in terms of a lot of the things that go on in our Congress. He's a firebrand, right? So Representative Tim Burchett, Tennessee, goes on Finnerty on Newsmax and says this.
I don't have the tinfoil hat on just yet, Congressman, but I'm wondering, you know, kind of how you react to that, because you are connected. You're on the UFO subcommittee. I mean, I'm just wondering what you make of that. Have you heard anything like that?
Well, I'm still a member of Congress, so I can't really comment too much on what Matt said. But I will say this.
Wait, seriously? Are you being serious, or is that tongue in cheek?
I'm being 100% serious. Okay. I've been 100% serious. I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is. And I'll just tell you this, if they would release the things that I've seen, you would stay up, you'd be up at night worrying about or thinking about this stuff. We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. Well, I was briefed. I'll just tell you this. I was briefed last week on an issue, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago. And it would have set the earth on it. This country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I heard. They would demand answers. And we need to, but you know, it's never going to get. Unfortunately, it just keeps getting covered up, and the people that know are dying or disappearing, as the case may be.
Wow.
And for the record, I'm not suicidal, and I don't take risks. So,
I'm glad you said that. I'm speechless, Congressman.
We will
have you back.
You should be, and I told the president, release it all. And the problem is,
now before we get to this, I want to go back to this.
Yeah, I was briefed.
Because this part right here is pretty important.
I'll just tell you this. I was briefed last week on an issue, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago. And
so 2 weeks ago, he's briefed on an issue.
It would have set the earth on. This this country would have come unglued. I think if they would have heard all that I heard, they would demand answers, and we need to. But it's never going to get. Unfortunately, it just keeps getting covered up, and the people that know are dying or disappearing, as the case may be.
Okay, so that's the important part to me. It keeps getting covered up, and the people that know are disappearing or dying. Okay, now let me play the rest of it. So keep that in mind.
Wow.
And for the record, I'm not suicidal, and I don't take risks. So,
I'm glad you said that. I'm speechless, Congressman.
Well,
We will have you back.
You should be. And
I
I told
am.
the president, release it all. And the problem is the people that are around the president don't know and the president doesn't know the questions to ask. A few of us are going to have to get with the president and tell him what he needs to ask and where he needs to look. I mean, we're in meetings and they give addresses and tell locations of items, I'll just say. And the public has a right to know, dadgummit. It's your tax dollar.
Okay. So Burchett coming out there and saying that if you guys knew this, it would unglue the American society or society as a whole. And, I've talked about this before, and I do think that the true revelation of aliens would cause significant chaos amongst societies, especially in the religious context. And, the reason I say this, and, again, it's not a popular thing to say, but if you have, Christianity and Islam and Judaism and Buddhism and all these other religions that have us as kind of the center, and this doesn't mean that nothing was created beyond us, right? There's nothing in Genesis that says this is the only creation that was made. Is everything revolves around mankind on earth. It doesn't mean there weren't others. I mean, hedging your bets, right? Somebody says watch Alpha Show. That's a great thing to throw right in the middle of my show, is to go watch another show so I can get their takes and not my own. I'll watch it after. It'll probably be in the air when I'm flying. But anyways, so yeah, that's my point, is like the revelation of alien life out there could upset a lot of religion. And I think it can go hand in hand. I don't think it would necessarily deviate from, religious belief. I'm a simulation theorist, so I'm all over the place on this. I'm like, for those that watch on Badlands, I'm the guy that's sitting back and just watching all of this unfold, and I'm just like, yep. Because I have the coverall. It's like calling something fake. You call something fake, and that can be a defense for anything. Simulation theory is my defense for anything. So I'm hedging my bets on that. Now, so check this out. So Burchett saying what he said, and speaking of Josh is the one that shared this and got me looking into this. Last week, March 25th, the Sentinel Network puts this post out, to which Tim Burchett reposts it and says, keep digging. Again, now this isn't his official account. It has the little silver star, but it's not like his official representative account, whatever you want to call it. But check out this post. While fireballs fall through roofs in Germany, Ohio, and Houston, the Caltech scientist who tested whether we'd see them coming was shot dead on his porch, Carl Grillmeyer. His killer's charges were dismissed 11 days earlier. Independence Day 2024, Frank Mywald, a senior technical manager at JPL, building NASA's next generation orbital surveillance instruments. JPL stands for Jet Propulsion Laboratory. He died at 61, no cause of death, no press release, no memorial. His obituary is the only proof that he existed. Okay, so I dug into both of these. I had an article up this week, kind of using Sentinel Network here as the foundation for this research. And all of these, I mean, everything here is true. There's no embellishment here. There's no elaboration on this. What is being claimed here is absolutely true. Carl Grillmeyer was killed by a man who had already trespassed on his property with a gun. All right. And I think he lived out in kind of the middle of nowhere. So trespassing on somebody's property in the middle of nowhere with a gun is, wow, why did the pressure just drop? My ears just popped. Okay. Sorry, my ears just popped, which is really kind of weird. The guy was arrested trespassing on his property with a gun, released, and then I think like 11 days later or something, after he was released, he goes and kills this guy. Doesn't take anything, nothing, just kills him. And then you got the other guy, Frank Mywald. He dies. They don't give no cause of death, no nothing. Just 61-year-old man dies, rolls over and dies. And then this one was, to me, one of the more interesting ones. Anthony Chavez of Los Alamos, who worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. His wallet, keys, cigarettes are on the table, car locked in the driveway, cadaver dogs found nothing, vanished 6 weeks before Monica Reza. Nobody is reporting on his disappearance. 2 names, 11 total, 4 states, 19 months. National outlets are running pieces of the picture, but none of them have the full list. So this guy, Anthony Chavez, he disappears. He was talking with his family. This was, I think, last year. I think it was April of last year. He's talking with his family, and then he just disappears. His family's trying to get in touch with him, and eventually they're like, all right, we need to go check on him and make sure everything's okay. So somebody drives down to his home in Los Alamos, and he's not there. And so they call the police, do a wellness check, go in, make sure there's not a dead body in his home. I don't know if they went into his home or not. Everything's intact. Everything's perfect. Cars in the driveway, nothing's stolen. The only thing that's missing is him. And he's still missing a year later. And then, of course, there's is it McCaslin? I think it's McCaslin, the major general from the Air Force that also worked in one of these laboratories. So Daily Mail actually had a good piece on this, and I saw it after mine. So it's unfortunate because I would have liked to have linked back to this because they did a much better job going deeper on this than I did. Mystery of scientists dead or missing rises to 8 as 2 more men tied to America's most coveted secrets join the list. The ominous web of U.S. scientists and lab employees who have died or gone missing continues to grow. NASA scientist Frank Mywald, who died on July 4th, 2024 in L.A. Cause of death has never been made public, and officials confirmed an autopsy was never performed. Mywald had been a prominent researcher at the space agency's Jet Propulsion Lab since 1999, working on multiple projects tied to advanced satellite technology that could scan Earth and other planets. In June of 2023, 13 months before his death, he was the lead researcher on a breakthrough that could help future space missions detect clear signs of life on other worlds, including Jupiter's moon, Europa, Saturn's moon, Enceladus, and the dwarf planet Ceres. Despite Mywald being a JPL principal, an award given to scientists making outstanding individual contributions, NASA has never commented publicly on the scientists' deaths. Go figure. You lost one of your most prominent scientists, and you're not even like, oh, it's with a sad heart that we announced the passing of Frank Mywald. Nope. Sweep it under the rug. Meanwhile, the Los Alamos National Laboratory guy, Anthony Chavez, also found dead, missing. 7 weeks before a key assistant at the same lab disappeared. So it says Anthony Chavez, former LANL until his retirement in 2017, vanished without a trace on May 4th, 2025, 7 weeks before a key assistant at the same lab disappeared. The Los Alamos Police Department said the searches for Chavez, 79, is still ongoing and no new information in the case has emerged. Then they draw this little chart right here, and you got Carl Grillmeier up there in the top left, with Frank Mywald underneath him, and Monica Jacinto Reza below her. And then, of course, all in the middle is William Neal McCaslin. That's the major general that was working at the Air Force Research Lab. Very interesting. So, I mean, if you guys want to read that article, I will put it in the chat because I definitely think it's something worth looking into. There's also, just all sorts of craziness going on. New case says my Bluetooth earphones pieces blanked out right when CanCon said his ears popped. Are we being mind controlled now? I think we need a safe word. What's my safe word? Daisies. Daisies, pushing up daisies will be my safe word. All right, so then this one's more just fun than anything, although Maybe it's true. I have no idea. But check out this clip here from I don't even know what podcast this was, but talking about something that, maybe this is a conversation that me and Alpha need to have as well, given the time we spent in Iraq and Afghanistan, each one, because we got some questions about the stuff that takes place over there. Check this out.
Red. The skin was pale, white. He said it had 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. And the feet were wrapped in a very primitive canvas type wrapping. And he said he and the guys that were standing around the body were actually taking their boots and putting it up to the foot. And he said it was, twice as big as 3 times bigger than everybody's boot. I mean, the feet were enormous. They're all putting their feet up to the foot. And he said this thing was solid as a rock. They were all kind of tapping it on the top. And he said it was like a brick. I mean, this thing was just like solid muscle. He said it could have been some rigor mortis or whatever, but I mean, it was apparent from what you could see of this dude that he was a brick house. So
how tall?
So the pallet was 9 feet long, and he's in the fetal position. So they estimated his size at 10 to 12 feet tall.
Wow.
They weighed the giant. They weighed this being because they had to weigh it. The loadmaster had to weigh it before they put it on the C-130. He weighed. The whole thing weighed, I think they told me, and I could be wrong, but I think it was 1,500 pounds. And then when you subtract all the dunnage and the pallet and whatever else, I know that the final weight was 1,100 pounds. The final weight was 11. And he told me for sure. He said the weight was, this thing weighed 1,100 pounds. And so you can imagine, let's say it was 12 feet tall, 1,100 pounds. So, I mean, this thing weighs more than like a Kodiak bear. Yeah. I mean, it's a massive, massive guy. And then, he was asking about the body, like, where'd you guys get this thing? And they told him that they had heard, they didn't know, they didn't have first-hand knowledge. They heard that a group of guys got lost somewhere out in Afghanistan, that this group was out there, these military guys were out there doing something, recon or something like that, and they weren't reporting back in. So they sent out another group to look for them. Another team went out to look for that first team. And when that second team found them, they found them either at the mouth of a cave or in a cave. I can't remember where, but it was in the vicinity of a cave. And they were all dead. And this gigantic humanoid was eating on one of them.
Oh, so that's even better now. They're cannibals. The Nephilim? Is that what we call them? Nephilim? I don't know how to spell that. So they're cannibals. I never saw anything like that when I was in Afghanistan. I will tell you, the strangest thing that I ever saw when I was in Afghanistan, and I've heard stories about this. This is not like a news story right here, guys. This is a story. If you spend enough time on Camp Leatherneck with the guys coming in and out, this is a story. These types of stories have been told over and over. Now, Alpha and I talked about this on SitRep, a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, something like that. Gosh, we've been doing SitRep for 3 years now together since 2022. 4 years coming up. 4 years coming up, man. And people still think like me and Alpha, like we get in a fight, not a fight, but we get in a debate like last week, and people are like, oh no, Alpha and CanCon are mad at each other. And like, no, not at all, man. I can't wait to see that motherfucker on next week. Along with all my colleagues, man. I love all of them. Anyways, so Alpha tells this story, about the portals and everything that exists in Iraq, and questions whether or not they're able to make us forget certain things. They give us a lot of medications before we go overseas. They tell us it's for malaria and all sorts of other things. And I've told you, man, I think it was doxycycline, I think that I took for malaria. And I'll tell you right now, man, whatever they gave me, I was having the most vivid, intense dreams that you could ever imagine. And I started forgetting shit. I've said this before. I forgot before I deployed my second time. I was on the phone and I was with UPS or something, and I couldn't remember my origin address, like where my address in Florida. And I had lived at that point, I had lived in that house for 4 years, and it had been in my family. That house had been in my family since I was a kid, since I was a baby. And I couldn't remember the address. I can remember it now off the top of my head. I'm not going to say it. It might have been Mefloquine, JJ White. So I think I took Doxy on one deployment and Mefloquine on the other. I think Mefloquine was my first deployment to Afghanistan, which is actually when that memory loss happened, because I remember the apartment I was living in when it happened. And then my second one was Doxy, and I did not take that. Somebody told me like you can take it, like the doxycycline, I guess, is like for you could give it to guys for like STDs and shit. And you know, there's a lot of guys in the Marine Corps that have to get their bore punched. And so I thought about saving it, and I just threw it down the toilet. But I thought about saving it. Also, don't throw it down the toilet, because then it somehow ends up in your drinking water, which is more concerning that you're drinking toilet water. But anyways, I digress. So when I was in Afghanistan, I actually remember one mission we were on at night. It was a night op. I was the team leader, and so I was walking point. I had my NVGs, and I also had a thermal optic on my rifle. So I had my normal ACOG, and then in front of my ACOG, I had, what was it, a PVS? I can't remember the nomenclature off the top of my head. PVS 18, AVS. I can't remember it was a thermal optic. And so I remember we're out there, and I have my NVGs on, and I could feel like wind, like crazy wind. And I look in this wadi, and the wadi drops down probably like 100 feet, maybe more. Like you actually have to find like walkways down to get into the wadi, and it's dried up at the time because it's the dry season. And I'll never forget, my buddy Danny is behind. Well, he's in front of me, my buddy Danny, because he's the point man. He's sweeping, and I'm looking around, and I see this thing with my NVGs come flying down the middle of the wadi, and it's huge. It reminded me, and I'm not saying it looks exactly like that, but it looked like an SR-71. And it just banked down into the wadi, goes by us, and goes up and away and gone. It made no sound at all. And as I'm seeing it, I go to Danny. I go, Danny, look in the wadi. And he looks. And to this day, we still are like, what the fuck did we see, man? What the fuck did we see? And so immediately as it's flying away, I turn and I aim my rifle at it to see it on the the thermals. Nothing. Can't see it on the thermals. Can see it in my NVGs, clear as day. Nothing in the thermals. So is aliens real? Do we have jet propulsion technology? Do we have technology that can cause things to move at incredible speeds without any sound detection or anything? I don't know. Were we supposed to forget that? It's not lost on me that it was my second deployment where I didn't take the pills that they told us to take. I have no idea, getting all conspiratorial. But anyways, a fun little segment right there. And didn't want to spend 40 minutes talking about aliens, but we kind of have to. So let's go ahead and jump into what kind of kicked this off this week was, again, Benny Johnson with J.D. Vance talking about aliens. And J.D. Vance says, well, I believe they exist. I also believe that aliens are demons, and very well could be. As a simulation theorist, I believe that God is our creator. Our creator is our God, and the one and only God for our simulation. There could be more beyond that. And me and Ash have this debate. I'm sure we'll have it at GART when we're hanging out. One night we'll have that talk. But so if we are in a simulation and there's other people in God's base reality, can those people get into our simulation? And if they get into our simulation, they're obviously not welcome. They're intruders. And so are they the demons? Are they the ones that can come in and try and, they can either be good or bad in this simulation. They can come in and just genuinely be curious and looking around and, hey, what did this guy create? Our God, what did he create? Or they could be ones that come in and they're jealous at this creation. We're, years and years strong, and we've got some pretty badass stuff that we've created, from making fire with sticks to cell phone devices that can look up any information anywhere in the world at any given moment. Pretty impressive. Somebody might want to come in here and sabotage that. And those would be the demons. I don't know. Just spitballing. But anyways, let's move on. So JD Vance was the one that kicked that off. So now let's get into the fraud. During that same, Bama Cat says, we got an SR over here right outside Eglin at the museum. Used to play around underneath. The SR-71 is so badass. And supposedly they're making like a new like SR-71-2 or an SR-72. It's going to be badass. So JD Vance gets this conversation started. Aliens or demons. I absolutely can get behind that. But he also talks about the fraud that's ongoing and drops this little nugget about Ilhan Omar and how she definitely committed fraud on her immigration application. But more importantly, that the Minnesota fraud's got to tie back to it. It looks like it's going to tie back to them. Check this out.
She has been at the center of a lot of the worst fraudsters in the Somalian community. So do I know that Ilhan Omar was aware that the Quality Leering Center was defrauding the American people? I'm not certain of it, but we at least need to investigate it, because if people can commit wrongdoing without even the fear that they're going to be found out, that's a fundamental problem. So I'm worried about the immigration fraud. I'm also worried about, what did Ilhan Omar know about what was happening in the Somali community, and why was nobody looking into it until, frankly, Donald Trump came along?
Yeah, that's right. What about your friend Tim Walz? I mean, you guys shared a wonderful moment on the debate stage.
All right, so he goes on to talk about Tim Walz there, and that Tim Walz had to be aware of what was going on here. I thought this was absolutely hilarious troll right here. Republic of Somaliland. Deportation, referring to Ilhan Omar. Please, you're just sending the princess back to her kingdom. Extradition, say the word. Let's go. Extradite Ilhan out of here. Get her gone. She can join McCormick, my own. Not that McCormick's illegal. I'm not saying that. But Sherfilius McCormick. We'll get into that story. So JD Vance went on, and he's talking here about the fraud expanding to California. How prophetic, as California does have some big exposés taking place this week, a little bit later on after he said this.
Same with Gavin Newsom in California. There's a lot
Same
going
with
on
Gavin
there.
Newsom, same with a lot
fraud,
of folks.
Voter fraud in California, hospice fraud. What about the voter fraud? Them like just using fictitious names, paying people for votes. Perhaps you've seen this.
We've seen this. We've also, look, California is the state that is most ripe for voter fraud, because they will literally prosecute you if you ask for voter ID. And this is one of the reasons why, Benny, to bring in another subject, this is why the Senate has to grow a spine and pass the Save America Act. Because when you allow people to cast a ballot and you don't even check their ID, in fact, you prosecute somebody at the polling booth who would check their ID, you necessarily invite fraud. And my favorite response on this, Benny, from people is when they say that, well, voter fraud doesn't happen that often. Two problems. Number one, not that often is still too much voter fraud in the United States of America. The right amount of voter fraud is actually zero. And number two is, if voter fraud doesn't happen that often, then why are you guys so dedicated to stopping our anti-fraud efforts? In other words, why do you care so much? And the reason they care so much is because they know that fraud happens in both our voting system, but also our welfare system way more often than they let on.
Amen from JD Vance. Spot on. I'm hoping he does more in the election fraud venue as well. We've had, like, California is getting pumped up right now, and we've had some arrests this week, some incredible exposés. We've had, not just on the DOJ side with the fraud around financial gains, but also the election fraud exposure. J.J. Smith 2 weeks ago had the ballot petitions in San Francisco. Then James O'Keefe goes down to Los Angeles and does the same down in Los Angeles, taking it even further and finding out the NGOs that are in charge of this, that are spearheading this and allowing this to perpetuate. Let's go ahead and jump into this little Fox News clip right here. I did not play this. I think I played it on Daily, but I stopped it like halfway through. So this is laying out the fraud in California, the raids that just took place in Operation Never Die.
And a Fox News alert, we're just learning that this morning, federal law enforcement conducting raids across Southern California targeting alleged healthcare fraudsters. William Lajeunesse has more from Covina, California. That's just east of L.A. You've been on this story for a while. What happened?
Good morning, Dana. Yeah, this is the first takedown for the new White House Fraud Task Force. They arrested two owners of two hospices here in greater Los Angeles. They're accused of collectively stealing about $16 million from taxpayers. And this money was intended right, for compassionate end-of-life care for the terminally ill. Here's some video we shot earlier today of the FBI making those arrests of a husband and wife, he a doctor, she a nurse, co-owners of the St. Francis Palliative Care Hospice in Glendale. And what they were doing was this, admitting people who were not qualified for hospice, but billed the government as if they were, about $30,000 per patient. And when the benefits ran out, they dropped them. Here's the kicker. Nationally, 80% of adults admitted or people admitted to hospice die, and usually in the first few weeks. Here, almost nobody died. After 8 months, 97% left alive.
97%.
They've been bilking the taxpayers for over $7 million, close to $8 million, and it's all total fraudulent hospice services. They were signing up people who are not terminally ill. They were forging the documents, the medical records, and they were collecting taxpayer dollars. And they've been charged, and this morning they were arrested.
Here's another arrest down in Topanga Hospice, and here they were paying kickbacks to the patients, giving them $600 a month in an envelope. That's because they were getting reimbursed from the feds about $6,000 a month. Now, they are also paying marketers to find seniors and take their Medicare card. They bilked the government for about $8 million, not eligible, and they were not terminally ill.
The name of this endeavor is, Project Never Say Die, because
Never Say Die.
Folks who are in the nursing in the hospice facilities owned by this couple and their family don't seem to ever pass away.
That's not how it works. Hospice care, you go to hospice care when there's nothing left, unfortunately, to make you comfortable as you transition over to the afterlife. 97% survival rate. So, we covered this again. We didn't do the video as much. We did this more so on Badlands Daily yesterday. 8 arrested in healthcare fraud takedown, including owners of hospices. But that wasn't my big takeaway from this article. So when people see this, and the Nick Shirley expose from last week, not this week, but the week before that. So 2 weeks ago, I guess, technically. The Nick Shirley expose was fascinating, right? A motel where the owners of the motel are like, I don't think this is the most lucrative business idea. It's difficult. We've got drug use in the rooms and all sorts of crazy. And I'm just speculating on this. We've got all this stuff going on. Wouldn't it be so much better if we could convert all of these motel rooms instead into small little office buildings and just have people that are mooching off the government come in here and pay us a monthly fee, and then we don't have to worry about anything. We won't go looking at anything. We'll just kind of hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. That is, what a lot of these things are doing. But one of the things that caught me off guard here is so this article, let me zoom out so you guys can see. This press release from the DOJ lists 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different cases right here. And then you get down to this case right here, USA versus Alava Moala, and it's 4 defendants in South Bay, one of them a licensed chiropractor, have been charged with 2 count. Oh, hold on one second. When you got to sneeze, you got to sneeze. Have been charged in a 2 count indictment with conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud and wire fraud with a $19 million scheme to defraud a labor union's health plan via false claims for chiropractic services and physical therapy that weren't needed or never provided. If you think about it, chiropractors, perfect fraud scheme. Not saying that chiropractors are fraud. I love my chiropractor. My chiropractor is saves my ass. Let's just throw that out there. My back has never felt better. Well, in recent memory, of course, go back to my 20s and I'm great. But there's no there isn't a crazy amount of overhead. Sure, you got to have an X-ray machine, but that'll eventually pay itself off. But you're not consistently getting drugs and other things to check your patients, right? You're going in, doing adjustments, and they go about their business. And relatively quick. I mean, I'm never at my chiropractor for more than 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes, $60, boom, there you go. $240 an hour if you can keep that going the whole time. but they're billing this to unions. So it says, according to court documents from January of 2010 through September 2023, they fraudulently submitted at least 19 million in claims to the International Longshore and Warehouse Union, Pacific Maritime Association, and other private health insurers on behalf of several chiropractic and physical therapy service companies. So you've now expanded. So we've got daycare, Quality Learning Center in Minneapolis. I'm sure there's daycares all over the world or a country that are doing this very same thing. This is not exclusive to the Somali community. This is not exclusive to Minneapolis. This is not going to be exclusive to California. This is going to have taken place throughout the United States. There's no question. Okay. And JD Vance has an uphill battle on this. But at the same time, it's not just the federal government. And when you go after the unions like this, you're attacking the expensive ass healthcare that the Democrats like to bitch about nonstop, but at the same time, completely and totally support socialized medicine, which opens the door for fraud like this. You can't have it both ways. If the government is paying for everything, they're not monitoring it, right? There's no incentive for the government to crack down on this fraud. So yes, every once in a while you get the low-hanging fruit, the sacrificial lamb, so to speak. They throw it out there and here you go. We got your one guy. But ultimately the problem perpetuates because they have a cash cow that they just go out back and milk. It's called the Federal Reserve. And they just say, hey, we need more money. And they say, okay, here's more money. And what do? They put it out on us. They inflate our money. They tax us more and they crush us. And, healthcare costs go through the roof because of all this Medicaid fraud, Medicare fraud. It's not because we're all using it. I mean, sure, the Mount Maha aspect is significant, right? If we got healthy, if we took the dyes and the preservatives and the seed oils and everything else out of our food, sure, that would help out tremendously. If we stopped overprescribing people, I firmly believe that this dependency on prescription medication is one of the reasons that so many people are coming down with cancer. In addition to the vaccine, but that's turbo cancer. But cancers, I think, are a product of a lot of these concoctions, these chemical concoctions that doctors and so forth are shoving down our throats. When you put all of that together, here is the reason that our health care is so high. And it's because it's subsidized by the federal government. If the federal government comes in and says, hey, what do you want to charge Medicare and Medicaid for this? Well, it only costs us to be profitable. We'd probably need to do this procedure for $1,000. Well, hey, I'll tell you what, make it 5,000. We'll give you 3,500 and 1,500 is going to disappear somewhere. Don't worry about it. Don't ask questions. I mean, that's very that's not exactly how it works, but that is, surface level. Like if you take that macro view, that's how it works. That's how this whole thing works. These people didn't come up with this plan all on their own. We had, so on Friday's show, we had a call in at the last second, and the only call we took was from Elf Boy, and Elf Boy was saying, I used to do, I was in this industry, the healthcare industry, home healthcare, and we would get audited, and there's no way that you can get through these audits. He says it's very difficult because they're pretty thorough, which means that at some level, the people that are doing the audits are complicit in this. That's the only explanation for this. And so again, this goes back to an argument that I had with Ash on Wednesday. And everybody wants to just every single crime that's committed, just you committed a crime. Okay. You're in prison, isolated from the world. You committed a crime. You're in prison, isolated from the world. And you're taking all the foot soldiers off the street, but you're never going to the ringleaders. I want to get the ringleaders. If that means a couple of the foot soldiers are going to, get slap on the wrist, a year in prison, fines, all that shit, then that's fine. But if it leads to the top dogs, and to be fair, it has to lead to the top dogs, I want that. Because you're not going to, a fish rots from the head down. And right now we're still at the tail. We're not even looking at the head. Well, maybe we are, and we just don't know about it. I hope we are. Okay. Where should we go to next? This is probably a good time. Actually, one more fraud. I do want to play a couple minutes of this. This was the James O'Keefe going a level deeper. Now, this is what I want to see being done. Take everything you see James O'Keefe do right here in election fraud and move this to the financial fraud. And we've got the recipe to really start to clean up this country.
We caught the petition fraudsters on Skid Row in Los Angeles on video accessing an online database of registered voters.
This is the last name you're going to use. You're not going to use your name. I'm giving you a name to use, but you're going to use your first name.
And giving names of registered voters from that database to the homeless to impersonate those voters and sign petitions in other people's names.
He's in it. Yeah.
Committing felony election fraud and forgery, all for $3 apiece. We showed this footage to disenfranchised voters whose signatures were.
Just real quick, Mr. O'Keefe, are you sure it wasn't about $3.50? $3.50? You sure it was $3 and not $3.50?
Forged on the petition, and those voters say throw the book at them.
Now I know not to sign any of those petitions anymore. Yeah, prosecute them, and I'll probably even worse if they've done worse.
Now, because you haven't registered, I need to register you so I can get paid too. I'm paying you guys, I need to get paid.
Cam Higbee and I tracked down Brenda Brown to inform her that she's been committing federal felonies and election fraud. You gave cash for a voter registration form. You know it's a federal crime, right? Who do you work for? Who's giving you the cash?
Join the good guys.
Join us. Be a hero. Blow the whistle on it, Brenda. I'm okay. Okay. Here you go. We turn off all recording devices as requested and go inside. I'll be right back. And using the information she provided to us, we tracked down the people that hired Brenda Brown.
If we do something wrong out there, we should be prosecuted.
Tony Moore even mentioning the database they were using, sigvalid.com.
There's a data app that they use too.
Sigvalid.com.
Sigvalid.com.
Want me to tell you what the problem is?
What is it?
We catch people all the time doing fraud. The state does not prosecute. If there's no consequences to what you're doing, it doesn't matter.
The last line. If there's no consequences to what you're doing, it doesn't matter. And for that tier of operator, for the level that they're operating, that guy is operating, doesn't matter. Nothing ever gets prosecuted. You'll get the Brenda Browns. You'll catch her. You'll catch the other ones out there on the street doing this, but you're not going to get the top folks because they don't ever go beyond that. Or at least they do their best to cover their trail, cover their tracks in that regard. Now, if that guy, Tony Moore, wants to be a hero, sit down and do an hour-long expose. Every time you get one of these cases of fraud, go to your local news. And if your local news doesn't want to cover it, if the mainstream Mockingbird media doesn't want to cover it, there's plenty of journalists out there that will cover it now. The invention of YouTube and Rumble and all the other platforms has made this something that can easily go viral. And if they don't want to do anything, if they don't want to investigate the top down, because the top down is the ones that control the entire system, then you know what? At that point, public expose is the only option. Now, that's not an excuse for that guy. Oh, well, they don't prosecute it, so we're going to continue to do it. The reason that they get away with it is because his company will subcontract with another company who subcontracts with another company, and four layers deep, there's plausible deniability. I had no idea that this company was hiring this company that was hiring this company to do this. And so by the time it gets up to the top, they know. They've got to know. They've got to know. How do these street level people go out there and get all these signatures? People that are absolutely fake. They've got to know. And this is not exclusive. Like, that's the election fraud. Think of the same thing happening with financial fraud. And when you look at that, I mean, financial and election fraud, two main drivers, right? Elections are the people who essentially control, legislate this country, pass budgets, enable the fraud to continue at the financial, on the financial level. And then the financial fraud, which keeps us slaves to this system because we can no longer afford this system. Because in order to fund the fraud, and I'm not just talking about this low-level shit. We'll get into the Act Blue stuff because there was another story on that today as well, or this week as well. But when you put all of this together, I mean, how much of our budget is real? How much of what we spend is actually real and genuine spending? And if we take all of that out, if you look at how the bloat in our government has worked and how, the debt has worked, and, just 40 years ago, the debt, if 40 years ago, well, maybe let's go 50 years ago. 50 years ago, what would that be? 1976. So what did you have in 1976? That was the beginning of Carter. If you go before Carter and you say, hey, we're going to be $40 trillion in debt by 2026, they'd have been like, you're fucking crazy. But then we allowed this system to take hold, and here we are. Okay, we're at the 1 hour mark. We are going to shut down the Twitter feed. Again, I apologize to anybody that's over on Twitter. Looks like we've got about 270 people over on X, Twitter X, that are watching. Again, like I said, I apologize, but we are going to send this over to Rumble and YouTube exclusively. I might even be shutting down YouTube at some point, just because I got to focus on Rumble, guys. YouTube is just way too crazy. So I'm going to shut down the X channel. Jump over to Rumble, rumble.com/CanCon. Deeply appreciate that. Again, I will always be honest with you. This is for my own self-benefit, because, these shows, this is what I do for a living, and X has not integrated their API in any way, so there's no way to monetize this. So again, I hope you guys transfer over, because we've got a lot more to talk about. This is probably going to be one of those marathon shows. So Liberty Line says, "Come on over. The water's fine." Amen. All right. God bless all you guys on Twitter. If you on X, if you don't jump over. And that does it there. Just us here now on Rumble and over on YouTube. We got 83 watching on YouTube. Thank you guys for joining us over there. Got almost 500, almost 600 here on Rumble. And let's see, is Rumble still showing? What's Rumble got on the homepage? On their homepage, we got Tectone, drama, gaming, reacting news. There you go, guys. Let's watch this guy reacting to gaming. I do my gaming platform. It's free, or excuse me, it's premium, but that's all I do, because none of my content goes behind. Matt Morse, Trump just pulled the plug. Ooh, did he? March Madness Final Four breakdown and Saturday Community Day. Come on, Rumble. What are we doing here? Am I even on this one? Let's see. I'm not even on the live banner, man. And I've got, look, this show, Bannon War Room, okay, 4,500. That makes sense. This one doesn't show. This one doesn't show. One person watching Resident Evil gaming, First Amendment radio. That would probably be an interesting platform. 4 people watching, 9 people watching, 8, 20. Hey, 4,500 because it's the featured page. God bless you guys. This is all organic here. All organic here. All right. So the big news this week, Pam Bondi out. I kind of feel stupid, because on Thursday, me and Alpha were like, nah, these are just rumors. Got that wrong. The very next day, excuse me, not the very next day, before we finished the show, Pam Bondi was out. I am surprised by this, to be honest with you. But let's check this out. President Trump says, Pam Bondi is a great American patriot and a loyal friend who faithfully served as my attorney general over the past year. Pam did a tremendous job overseeing a massive crackdown in crime across our country, with murders plummeting to their lowest level since 1900. We love Pam, and she'll be transitioning to a much needed and important new job in the private sector to be announced at a date in the near future. And her deputy attorney general and a very talented and respected legal mind, Todd Blanche, will step in to serve as acting attorney general. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, a couple things that are noteworthy in this. And let me see, do I have? Yes, I do have the Peter Doocy clip. So let me play the Peter Doocy clip just to give this some context. Because, obviously you're getting it straight from President Trump's mouth. But Doocy says something here that's kind of interesting.
Kaylee, I just got off the phone with President Trump. We have a big scoop. Pam Bondi will soon leave her job as the attorney general she is going to get a different job within the administration. It doesn't sound like there is any bad blood between her and President Trump, but it does seem like they want her to go and do something else. And in an interim role, she will be replaced by Todd Blanche, who is currently her deputy at the Justice Department. So it doesn't sound like Blanche is being elevated long term to the Attorney General. There might be somebody else that the president wants to go in there. But President Trump soon will announce to the entire world that it is the end of Pam Bondi's time as the Attorney General. He still thinks that she is a great person and that she did a good job. And he still wants her in the fold because she will still be an important part of the administration, he tells me, but no longer as the top law enforcement officer of the United States.
Okay, so what's interesting there is Ducey, says they just got off the phone with President Trump and that Bondi will still be a part of the administration. But then Trump says that she's going to go to the private sector. So what Bondi actually says right here is she says over the next month, I'll be working tirelessly to transition Todd Blanche moving into an important private sector role that I'm thrilled about before moving into a private sector role that I'm thrilled about. And where I will continue fighting for President Trump and this administration. There is nothing, and I'm done reading. I don't want you to think I'm attributing this to Pam Bondi. But look, I understand. I totally understand the people out there that are like, we didn't get any arrests. The deep state is still out there. We didn't get, all this shit done. Okay. I get that. It's not something that's just going to be done overnight. And I'm not going to sit there and go down this whole spiel with you guys because I think you all understand this, or at least you've heard me say it before. You might not understand it. You might not agree with me, but you've heard it before. So what I will say is that the things that Pam Bondi did accomplish, and again, numbers are totally fake. We can't just look at the Biden administration and say these numbers are fake. And then when Trump says it, we're like, oh, these numbers are totally real. So they very well could be real. Fake. The murder rates could very well be just a completely made up number. The Bureau of Labor and Statistics could very well be completely made up numbers. We don't know. Okay. But when you look at DC, you're not hearing the stories anymore about crime in DC. Like this used to be, Chicago shootings every weekend, DC shootings every weekend. We're not hearing those stories anymore. And so when you have, DC saying, I think at one point they went like 6 months without a murder. These are crazy. These are crazy numbers. And, there's nothing, it's nothing short of miraculous what Pam Bondi was able to accomplish. If in a vacuum, without any names being mentioned, if you said a president of the United States fired his attorney general after she had the lowest murder rate since 1900 in the history of recorded murder rates, they would say you're fucking crazy. But I'm open to this idea right here. Is it possible? And this is, I theorized this in terms of election fraud when we were at Vegas GART last April, not this April, but last year. And I said that I think the election fraud exposure has to happen right before the midterms and the arrests come after the midterms. I think this midterm election is going to be, it's going to set the tempo, whoever wins this election. And I know elections are fake. I understand that. When I say wins, I mean they're literally jockeying for who's going to be able to pull this off. Was Pam Bondi the one to come in and clean up the actual crime, kind of get the ball rolling on this? But she's not the pit bull that's going to prosecute all of this. She's not the one that's going to go out there and announce these arrests. I mean, they might have initiated under her. Maybe they didn't at all. Maybe I'm completely misreading this and she was absolutely feckless when it came to the deep state, but she was adequately prepared to do with, crime. Maybe, I don't know. But it's possible that you did the pressing issue first, right? The crime rate on American citizens, the murder rate, all that stuff. You go after that first. Now you're kind of also doing the financial crime and all that stuff. The election fraud's about to come out. Fulton County, Maricopa County, Puerto Rico. We've got so many, pokers in the fire right now for the election fraud. I think we got to see something happen. Whoever the new attorney general is going to be, are they going to be, the pit bull? Is it going to be I've seen, where is it right here? The New Yorker, or is it New York Magazine, is putting out Judge Janine's big edition, thinking it's going to be another TV character, Judge Janine. Maybe, maybe not. I would lean towards hopefully not. But anyways, so again, the reason I'm saying this is I think that hopefully the next person that comes in understands what the mission is, and they're able to get right into it. Rick Grinnell, maybe. I would, again, an Ed Martin, a Matt Gaetz, a Sidney Powell. I've heard her name brought up a lot. Somebody that thoroughly understands the weaponization. There's going to be more stuff that comes out in the very near future that's going to shake up the legal realm in the Trump DOJ. So anyways, I'm still optimistic on this story. I know a lot of people are dooming out over the arrest. Now, I do want to play this interview. This is a former U.S. attorney, Brett Tolman, who makes a claim that kind of feels like it's trying to fracture MAGA even further and create, confusion over the Bondi firing and who's going to be hired, and already kind of lay the seeding for that. But at the same time, people that I know that are involved intimately in the election aspect of all of this stuff have raised concerns about the Deputy Attorney General that's now the acting AG. And, this is many, many people. I'm talking probably more than half a dozen that have raised concern about specifically the Deputy AG. Listen to what Tolman says right here.
Tom Fitton's contention.
We don't need to listen to it on 1.75 speed.
That the DOJ needs to be razed to the ground and salted of the earth.
Well, what I would say is, I listened to Tom. I understand a lot of, and agree with a lot of what he said. But I would say this, Benny, the one thing that a lot of folks don't know is there was a plan. I was part of the transition team and the beachhead team.
Please.
And there was a very thorough plan that was put together by folks like myself, a lot of former U.S. attorneys like myself, former assistant U.S. attorneys, former DOJ high-level executives. And unlike what happened in the State Department with their plan, and unlike several other agencies, the DOJ plan wasn't followed. And when I say wasn't followed, we made recommendations on internal gutting that needed to occur in order for the Attorney General to maintain the capability of implementing this administration's priorities. And I'll give you some specifics.
Wow.
It has long been the view of many of us that know DOJ intimately that the DAG's office had been consuming power in Main Justice for decades.
DAG is Deputy Attorney General's office, for those that don't know.
What I mean by that is it was gathering in. Anytime the AGs, the AG has a team and they delegate and they lead the various offices. What the DAG's office has been doing, and largely Comey was a major reason for this to have occurred. The DAG started to pull power in. Right now, the DAG is the power core of DOJ. I've said it, many have said it. That's why it's so difficult if you don't change that for anybody coming in as AG to actually make the institutional changes that have to be made in order to have the politicals making the decisions at the top. You have over 100,000 employees, in the Department of Justice, 90% of which made campaign contributions to Democrats.
And yet they're still there. There needs to be, he's not wrong. Now, putting this squarely on the deputy attorney general is, is it fair? I think it is. I think it is. But at the same time, 100,000 people, the deputy AG has more influence, or at least more of a pulse, a thumb on the pulse of what's going on in the attorney general's office in the DOJ than the AG herself, in this case, herself. But if you go back to Russia, right? The Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Crossfire Hurricane report. Do you know who signed off on that $2 million? It wasn't the attorney general. It was the deputy attorney general. I think his name was Netter that signed off on that. I think it was Brian Netter, if I remember correctly. He's the one that signed off on that, not the attorney general. So, you go back and look and has the rot been cleaned out? Absolutely not. That is probably the biggest reason that you're seeing so much pushback. As Tolman says right there, 90% of the DOJ donates to Democrats. And President Trump, if he goes in there and tries to clean house on this, what do? They sue. You got a bunch of lawyers that have nothing better to do than to sue once they get removed from their position, because they like the power, they like the influence that they have inside of the Department of Justice. And so that is why perhaps that is why Bondi is leaving. Maybe because they're trying to say that, Bondi leaked information to Swalwell and Trump's pissed at her and blah, blah, blah. Maybe. I don't think Trump comes out and says a message like that if he's pissed at her. He might say she did a great job, whatever. I don't know that you get that kind of an endearing message right there. If we believe that there is a game plan behind this, that this has been game theoried out, then you got to assume that this was part of the plan. The exodus of these TV character people, although Bondi's not one of the TV characters. She was the AG down here in Florida. Not very, I wasn't overly impressed with her down here in Florida. But you've got to wonder if this is part of the plan. What is she going to do in the private sector? Covington and Burling is going to come up in this show a little bit later, but didn't they agree? Let me fact check myself. Didn't they agree to donate services? Didn't Covington and Burling agree to donate services to the Trump admin? It was a lot of money too. It was like $100 million worth or something. Maybe it wasn't. It says targeted early. Covington was one of the first firms hit by Trump's executive actions after it provided $140,000 in pro bono legal services to former counsel Jack Smith. The administration moved to suspend security clearances. Instead, Covington maintained a defensive posture, stating it represented Smith in his personal capacity. I could have sworn that they agreed. Yo, here it is. What are you doing, AI? You suck. Here it is. From BBC, Trump rescinds order targeting law firm after it makes a $40 million promise, 21st of March, 2025. Oh, wait, maybe this wasn't Covington. Okay, maybe I lied. Oh, no. Okay, so this is Paul, Weiss, Rifkind, Wharton, and Garrison made the promise. And it says here that Trump has issued similar executive orders against the firms Perkins Coie and Covington and Burling. So maybe they haven't capitulated to Trump yet. Okay, so I stand corrected on that. But that brings me to this post here from Jared Wise, who was a former FBI agent turned J6er turned senior advisor to Ed Martin in the weaponization working group. And he said the same day that Pam Bondi is fired, Jared Wise says, today I resigned from my position at the U.S. Department of Justice. I returned to Washington to fully expose the abuses by the FBI and DOJ against J6 defendants, but it became clear that this will not only happen from outside of government. So I left and will do so. I wonder if Jared Wise might end up in a position similar to where Bondi is and able to expose from the outside. Nothing would make me happier. Nothing would make me happier. All right. Into the Act Blue stuff. New York Times put this out this week. Act Blue may have misled Congress on vetting foreign donations, its lawyers have warned. A law firm working for Act Blue concluded that Act Blue's chief executive had given a potentially misleading response to congressional Republican investigators in a 2023 letter explaining how the organization vetted donations to ensure that they were not illegally coming from foreign citizens. New York Times, you guys are so close. You guys are so close to actually reporting honestly on Act Blue. If you want to talk, man, give me a call. I'll get Peter Berniger to jump on the phone call. I'm sure you guys need to talk to him since he's the one that's done all this research. Draza Smith, Chris Gleason. Come on, man. You know what? I think I need to reach out to them and get them on a podcast here. Maybe do one here and then follow it up with why we vote, because this needs to be rehashed right now. Quote, this presents a substantial risk for Act Blue, the law firm Covington and Burling wrote in one of two memos expressing legal concerns. The memos instigated a meltdown at the highest levels of Act Blue, one of the Democrat Party's most vital financial organs. A series of top officials resigned in quick succession. A key cause of the tumult at Act Blue, the legal warnings about potentially misleading Congress over vetting foreign donations, is being reported here for the first time. Maybe the first time that they've reported it there. This has been reported for a very long time. Anybody that's followed me on Badlands, me and Ash, or followed my writing at Gateway, this is not new. This is not for the first time. None of that. Act Blue is now all but declaring war on its own past lawyers, an extraordinary turn of events at a moment when President Trump has already ordered a Justice Department investigation into the organization. Act Blue is under the most intense scrutiny it has ever faced. The Covington memos did not state explicitly that Act Blue broke federal law or that Ms. Wallace-Jones misled Congress, but instead explained the risk of her previous statements to Congress. Quote, it can be alleged that Act Blue accepted and or facilitated the acceptance of foreign national contributions into American elections. In addition, because Act Blue staff was aware that its system was not as robust as necessary, it could be alleged that these violations were, quote, knowing and willful, a standard that both increases the penalty the FEC might seek and gives the Justice Department jurisdiction for a potential criminal investigation. The Act Blue story has to come around. You know, when we talk about the election fraud and everything and kind of lay that out and how this is going to look over the next, when does the election start? We're in less than 6 months, guys, till voting is starting. Think about that. Less than 6 months until we're going to start voting for the next Congress. This is crunch time. This is crunch time. And I'm not talking about go out there and support your candidates. Fuck no. This is crunch time to expose this and get this out in the mainstream so that people understand that we need to pause. We need to pause and we need to do something about this. So we've got the Fulton County, we've got Maricopa County, we've got Puerto Rico, all of these jurisdictions where we can have something come out. And I hope we get something very soon. I hope. But we also have the Act Blue side of this. And I can tell you with 100% certainty, I'm not going to say anything more than I know that the Trump administration has been directly briefed on what Act Blue really is. And I'm not talking about what New York Times is saying, that this is foreign donations. These are not, sure, there's foreign donations involved. This is NGO. This is the public-private partnership. This is taxpayer money being laundered overseas, our own money, gender transition surgeries in Pakistan, sparrow research breeding in Afghanistan. All of that bullshit goes over there and then comes back here. Just the News last week had the article about Ukraine and the money being sent over to Ukraine. 90%. That's the most I've heard anybody talk about so far. 90% of that funding coming back to the United States, according to the memos that Just the News uncovered or has. We've all known this. I didn't know it was 90%. It's billions of dollars. And all of this is the fake. It creates the fake construct of the Democrat Party is popular and the establishment Republican Party is popular. I should go back on that just a second. The establishment Democrat Party is popular, and the establishment Republican Party is popular. They're not. Lindsey Graham is not popular. Chuck Schumer is not popular. Mitch McConnell is not popular. John Thune, John Cornyn, they're not popular. All right. I don't even think Hakeem Jeffries, although he might be because he's young and charismatic, so he might be popular with Democrats. But Schumer, Pelosi, Schiff, Swalwell, these are not popular people. But they have this representation, this misrepresentation that they're popular because they fundraise a lot of money and they win their elections because of how much they're able to fundraise. This is equally as important as exposing the election fraud, the actual on-the-ground fraud, the vote flips, the inserted mail-in ballots, the fake people, the fake signatures, all of this. The Act Blue, Win Red, and Win Red is included. It's about 85-15, according to Peter Berniger, about 85-15, is equally as important in all of this. And so could we see the Act Blue financing of the elections crumble? And if that crumbles, these people don't steal elections for free. They don't steal elections for free. As G. Fonte says, Congress has not even met a 20% approval in decades at any time. Hat tip right there. We are living in a captured state in every facet that you could imagine. We have a captured financial system. We have a captured electoral system. We are captured by a military industrial complex, a pharmaceutical industrial complex, the media industrial complex. We are utterly captured. And everything here is driven by money that comes directly from our federal government and gets distributed through so many different laundering facets to all of these entities. The entire thing is a facade. It really is. I said this week on a show, I said, take two people, all right, put them down and sit them down together. No mention of politician's name, no mention of party politics, none of that shit. And just let them talk about what's going on in the world, what they want to see happen in the world. And I'll bet you dollars to donuts that they're pretty on point with the same thing. And this all came up because I was having a conversation with a guy that I don't know him, and he knows what I do for a living. It was a Zoom call for something I'm working on, and it was a Zoom call. And the guy asked me, he's like, "Man, you got a really nice setup. What do you do?" And I'm like, "I'm a podcaster, a journalist, and all this." And he's like, "What do you talk about?" I was like, "Well, we talk about how the government sucks, and how we're living in a captured state, and like nobody wants to be paying this much in taxes. We don't want to see fraud and all this stuff, and we don't want to see all our money going over to Ukraine. We don't want to see our money going to Israel. We don't want to see all this shit." And he's like, "Bro, you're speaking to my heart, man. Where can I find your podcast?" And then I come to find out, I'm like, let me just warn you. If you watch this podcast, we're very much pro-Trump, but we're not pro-Trump in like the Trump is going to save the world, Lindsey Graham and all the other neocons go bomb everybody. We're not in that. We're thinking on a different level in terms of what's going on right here, and the deconstruction of our Republican form of government, and going back to the actual Republican form of government that we instituted, that our founding fathers instituted 250 years ago. And in doing that, the fundamental key component is our elections. And that is why I focus on elections so much. It is the golden age, Aeolus. I think it is. I think we are on the precipice. It's darkest before dawn, and you have to expose all of this stuff before you can get to that point. And I think we're almost there. I do. I really think we're almost there. And I think there's something in my gut. Look, I said yesterday on Why We Vote, I think we're going to lose the midterms. And it doesn't bother me in the least. It really doesn't. The only thing I don't want to see is 67 Democrats in the Senate, because then they can remove President Trump. 2/3. I think I said 60 last night, but it's 2/3. I think we're going to lose the midterms unless something happens before then. expose on Act Blue, election fraud expose. Who knows? Who knows what happens? I don't know how the golden age gets ushered in if we do lose, though. I don't. Maybe we see like the war in Iran end and prices of energy just plummet, and gas prices go from, $4.80 down here in Florida right now down to $1.50. Like, imagine what $1.50 gas does to our economy. It's insane. It's insane. The GOP, the Republicans would walk right into office if we had free and fair elections. Anyways, I'm going off on a tangent here. Let's get back into the news here. So Chip Roy joins Laura Ingraham, and I cringed at one moment in this, but Chip Roy's fine, but I cringed at Laura Ingraham in this clip.
Fact here is the fact that
Again, we don't need it on 1.75.
Covington, their statement fact here is the fact that Covington, their statement was pretty interesting to me, right? To say that basically they were saying, like, our legal advice was good. That's another way as lawyers of saying we were telling them what they needed to hear, which is you need to be mindful of the fact that, you as our client may well have perjured yourself or certainly misled or otherwise lied to Congress. That's a big deal. That Covington would say that, and now they're basically publicly saying, look, our legal counsel was good here. I don't know who leaked it. I don't know what was behind it. But what we've known for a long time is that this organized network of leftists and Marxists, Act Blue is obviously a part of that whole operation. They're in, coordination to undermine our entire way of life, right? It's all connected to the Wren Collective, to Soros, to Arabella, and you got Act Blue. They're taking money from all quarters.
China.
We've had
China,
absolutely.
Iran.
Like Chip Roy is actually laying out what's going on. Act Blue, WinRed, these NGOs, the private partner cooperation. And Laura Ingraham is like China, Iran. Yeah, make sure we drive the neocon warmonger talking points. China, Iran. Why do you think China and Iran are doing it? Because they're enabled to do it, because we allow it to happen. It's our own taxpayer dollars. It's our own taxpayer dollars. It gets put through NGOs. And Chip Roy, let me play that clip again, because Chip Roy is laying out the facts here. And Laura Ingram's just like, my China, my Iran.
Of leftists and Marxists. Act Blue is obviously a part of that whole operation. They're in, coordination to undermine our entire way of life, right? It's all connected to the Wren Collective, to Soros, to Arabella, and you got Act Blue. They're taking money from all quarters.
China.
We've had
China,
absolutely.
Iran.
Did she I genuinely wonder if she got that in her earpiece. Like, hey, don't let him just call out NGOs like Arabella and Arabella Advisors and Open Society. Don't let him just call out those NGOs, the private partner, the private corporation, or NGOs, I should say, the private NGOs that are subverting our democracy. Make him call out China and Iran. Like, just watch again. Watch.
And Marxists. Act Blue is obviously a part of that whole operation. They're in, coordination to undermine our entire way of life, right? It's all connected to the Wren Collective, to Soros, to Arabella, and you got Act Blue. They're taking money from all quarters.
China.
She looks down and to her left. I think somebody told her in there, like, hey, you need to throw in China and Iran. Watch again. She looks down to her left both times.
Collective, to Soros, to Arabella, and you got Act Blue. They're taking money from all quarters.
China.
We've had
China,
absolutely.
Iran.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, if you're listening to something, right? If you're listening to something and you're focused on the person speaking, and then somebody comes in your ear and says something, you look to the side, you look down, you divert. It's a natural instinct to divert your eyes from the person that you're. I think somebody jumped in her headset and said, make sure you add China and Iran to this. We got to fuel this neocon, warmonger, military industrial complex war that's going on here. Am I being overcritical of that clip? Nobody else. Okay, wait. So Dixie Bell says you're right. Laura says great catch. Okay. So I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Mag says, I think it was on a screen. I think it came in through her earpiece. You know, like, do you guys remember? We talked about this recently. You remember, because of the Fulton County thing. Do you remember when we were doing the Susan, what's her name, Savannah Guthrie, when she was doing the interview with Brad Raffensperger, and Brad Raffensperger got cut off when they were talking about the election, and Raffensperger's like, we don't guess. We know there's only 2%. There's really no way that anybody could overturn this, whatever. And we don't guess here, right? And then Brad Raffensperger gets cut off. He comes back in, and they start attacking it. And Brad doubles down. Raffensperger doubles down. To be fair, I'm extremely critical of Brad Raffensperger, but he doubles down and says, no, the numbers are the numbers. There's no avenue for Trump to lose this. We know how many ballots are outstanding. And then what does Guthrie do? Guthrie comes in and says, well, what about this report here? And she reads a report. She did not have she's reading it from her phone. And she's like, what about this report here that like the mail could be late and blah, blah, blah. She got a text message. She got a text message when Raffensperger's saying that. And I believe that text message said, bring this information in. You know, get him off of this, saying, because the media is complicit in all of this, folks. Everything that you're witnessing right now, the media has a role in it, whether it's deliberate, whether they're just useful idiots, whatever the case might be. And so when Laura Ingraham is hearing Chip Roy say it's open societies, it's these NGOs, China, Iran, you know, like we need to go bomb them some more. Savannah Guthrie, there's no way that President Trump can lose this race. We have 2% of the ballots that you hear, if you turn it up loud enough, you can hear her phone. She's not on screen, but you can hear her phone vibrate on the table. It goes, bzz. And then when it goes back to her screen, this is the Raffensperger 2020. When it goes back to her screen, she's reading her phone and she's going, what about this report here that she's never read? You can tell she's never read it. What about this report here that the U.S. Postal Service says that ballots could be coming in for days? And guys, this is the fucking manipulation of the mainstream Mockingbird media. Project Mockingbird never went away. They just swept it under the rug and carried on. All right. Enough of the ranting there. And I know Chip Roy's kind of on the outs with everybody, but hat tip to Chip Roy on that one. Calling out Open Society, calling out Arabella, calling out Act Blue. And then China? What's that? China? Iran. Fuck these people, man. All right. Where are we going to go to next? This was a joke to me. This is actually my congresswoman here. My congresswoman, Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, quote unquote, guilty on 25 counts. All right. So this is what happened with Sherfilis McCormick. He is my congressman down here. I'm not a fan of hers whatsoever. She was accused of laundering like $5 million in COVID funds and all sorts of other donations and campaign funds, and laundering them to her personal benefit, all these things. And granted, I think she likely did all these things. I think she needs to absolutely be held accountable for doing these things, as anybody does, no matter what political party you are. But what Congress is doing with this story, or, you know, in this story, what Congress is doing, I do not agree with at all. So here's the story. Where'd it go? Hey, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Sorry. So here's what happened. So the House Ethics Committee found Sheila Sherfilis McCormick broke campaign finance laws and committed other violations by taking more than $5 million in federal COVID relief and using much of the money to bankroll her political aspirations. They found her guilty on 25 of 27 counts related to the scheme following a rare public trial that stretched more than 6 hours the night before. Here's my problem with this. Congress is saying she's guilty. They held a trial. They found her guilty on 25 of 27 counts. Now, again, if there's one thing that I will promise you guys is I will always try and look at things purely from a nonpartisan. Obviously, I'm a huge Trump supporter. I'm more conservative than anything. I'm more libertarian than anything, ultimately. But I would lean more with the quote-unquote Republican Party. That being said, what they did to Sheriff McCormick, she is about to go on federal trial. Congress does not have any judicial authority in the Constitution. That is left to the judicial branch. That is left to the executive branch to prosecute the crimes, and that is for the judicial branch to decide, be the finder of fact, and decide whether they're guilty or not. Well, it's ultimately it's on us, the jury of your peers. So by Congress hosting this sham little, it's no different than the J6 sham committee, the impeachments against President Trump, all of that. But by hosting that committee, the House Ethics hosting that trial and saying she's guilty, you've now tainted a jury pool. And while I think Sheriff McCormick is guilty, I don't think that that's the right way to go about it. Let that courtroom, the finder of fact in the judicial, proceedings, let that be what it's meant to be, the finder of fact and determining whether or not giving her due process under the Constitution. We don't need Congress, the legislative branch that makes the laws, intervening and saying, hey, we need to make sure that, we hold her accountable. If you want to remove her from the committee pending her trial, sure, go for it. I agree with that. Maybe I'm being a little too, Sheba Arista says her defense team will use this. I absolutely would. If I was an attorney, I would be irate in the courtroom. Like we haven't even begun the trial and I want a mistrial because Congress went out there and declared her guilty when they have no authority whatsoever to declare somebody guilty, period. Unless they're impeaching a president or, impeachment proceedings as outlined in the Constitution, which they're not doing to her. This is just a criminal trial that they're putting on for the ethics of the House committee. Wait till after she gets her due process, because you have now interfered in the constitutional process that we have laid out for doing this type of thing. Congress can fuck all the way off. All right. Elwood C. CanCon, while you travel, could you view the TPC number 2008 podcast, Aliens and Demons, that Colonel Towner Watkins participated in? There's there. Your first topics. I will check that out. Okay. We're going to burn through some stories here. Congress, the Senate passed the DHS funding bill. They did not fund ICE. They did not fund CBP. They sent it off they did it with a 5-man vote, 5-person vote. Out of 100 members of the Senate, 5 people voted, and they said, well, we got 5. That's a quorum. Pass it. The House took it and shot it down and said, fuck you. This is stupid. Fund ICE, fund CBP. Apologies for the language. Probably unnecessary right there. Majority Leader Thune put this out. I couldn't care less. I like the context down here. Senate passed this DHS bill by a voice vote at 3 a.m. in a near empty chamber to fund TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard. This excluded ICE and most CBP enforcement. No new border security funds or major reforms. Relies on prior appropriations. Another continuing resolution passed with just 5 members. Why didn't Thune come out and say, like, hey, we've only got 5 people here. We've got a voice vote. Real quick. SAVE Act, yes or no? 5? Okay, yes. We passed. Okay, send it to the president. But no, we didn't get that. That would have been epic. Imagine if John Thune could have been a legend. Wait for it. Dairy. He could have been legendary if he would have done that. Now, I don't know. They probably had a Democrat among those 5. I think, what's the one guy that stayed behind? Not Durbin. The Weasley guy, he stayed behind. Coons stayed behind to make sure that they didn't try something like that. So maybe he was there and they couldn't have done it. Anyways, while they're rushing the bill through, it's ultimately just so that they could go on vacation. Here's Speaker. Why do I keep saying Speaker Thune? Leader Thune walking through the airport, rushing to go to his plane, to go home for a 2-week vacation while the DHS is still shut down.
How you feeling? Resolved?
What's that?
Are you thinking everything is resolved, working out well? The House going to do their job?
Well, we'll see. We made some temporary headway, but we got a lot of work to do still.
How you feeling?
Then you've got Lindsey Graham. He's in Disney World, TMZ. I'm not going to lie, that's really creepy. Lindsey Graham, who's not married, doesn't have kids, holding a pink bubble magic wand in Disney World. I think this was at Tangled, I think. That's fucking creepy, man. Now, granted, to be perfectly fair, he could be there with like friends. He could be there. I mean, he's obviously having dinner or something or lunch or breakfast with a woman here, allegedly. I don't know. But they're on vacation while we can't go on vacation. Well, we can. Some of us, can go on vacation. Not that we are. But, when you have lines like this at the airport, I finally booked my ticket for GART yesterday. I was like, I don't know if I'm flying, man. If we got these lines, I don't know if I'm going to fly. This was in Baltimore last weekend.
This line is going all the way down the sidewalk outside of the terminal. And for anyone who's flown in and out of BWI, when you get inside that door, it is a long walk all the way to the act.
All right, so there you go. That's in Baltimore. Outside, wrapping around, up and down, left and right, all over the place. That is absolutely crazy. All right, guys, before we jump on to the next segment, I do want to talk about a sponsor here real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, a little inside scoop that a lot of creators are talking about. It's actually one of the reasons I use Rumble, in addition to the incredible free speech. They made a way to super chat creators so that we get paid immediately and without any fees. YouTube and Twitch take up to 50% fees when you tip the creator. So you give $5, we're lucky to get $2.50. This method takes none. That's right. The platform takes 0 fees. We get to keep nearly 100% of what you send us. You can super chat with Bitcoin, Tether USD, or even Tether Gold stablecoins. The tip will show up directly in the Rumble chat, which I will always read. All you need to do is download the Rumble wallet on the App Store and send the tips to your favorite creators. You can also go to wallet.rumble.com, or you can download the app directly from the App Store. Seriously, it's an amazing way to get rid of the middleman and help the creator economy. Shout out to Rumble for making this incredibly disruptive technology. Gotta love it. Love my folks over at Rumble. God bless them. And thank you guys for sticking around. Smash that thumbs up. Huge audience for us today. 791. Usually we're around 600. So there we go. Medbags. Fuck this guy. Oh, you're talking about Lindsey Graham. I thought you were talking about me. Mags, here's your tip. Don't eat yellow snow. I don't eat snow, period, because I live in Florida. So there's that. Okay. Where do we want to go next? Let's go ahead and jump into the Iran war updates. Oh boy. Oh boy. Iran war updates, folks. You know what that means. Who can I trigger today? You know what? Let's go ahead and do Rumble rants real quick. Just so that, if somebody decides that they want to dip out of here during this part, because I tend to piss people off with this stuff. You either love me or hate me for some of these things. But Huck Fillery, just a few pledged Huck bucks. Do you think Act Blue will suffer in this or just emerge as something new? Also, I'm getting a little itchy for an Una Panuna Banca. I don't have Una Panuna on here. I do not. So that's only on my Badlands studio. So I can't do that, Huck. I'm sorry. Do I think Act Blue will suffer in this? I think Act Blue is already suffering. They're running a skeleton crew over there. Democrat fundraising is terrible. I think what needs to happen is we need to see the GOP suffer too. WinRed needs to be thrown into this mix at some point. Thank you, Huck. Appreciate it. Jesus is number one. Thanks again, CanCon. Appreciate your time and your input. I know I like doing this show because I don't on daily. I'm there. I'm doing stories, surface level news. It's only 2 hours. That's all I can really do because I run into John on Daily Herald. If I go longer, I have a co-host and I try and, yield to them and whatever. And so on this show, it's just me, and I get to give my opinions and thoughts, and I like that. So thank you, Jesus is number one. G. Fontes just saw Megyn Kelly do very similar, acted like she had a paper with questions she didn't find, then acted as if they're her own questions, but kept looking down after likely reading from Cell. Yeah. Yep. And then Mags, here's your tip. Don't eat yellow snow. All right, guys. Thank you so much for those rants. I will read any others that come in. I will read as we keep going. It's time to get into the Iran war. And again, not the most popular of topics. Here we go. President Trump. This was on Thursday, I think. No, this was on Wednesday. The United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately, quote, open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, and Karg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposefully not yet touched. This will be in retribution for our many soldiers and others that Iran has butchered and killed over the old regime's 47-year reign of terror. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then President Trump had his brief on or his speech, I guess, on Wednesday, April Fool's Day. And I was if you watched this speech, it was not very different from what you typically see on his X, or excuse me, on his Truth Social, right? It is not anything we haven't covered. It was very surface level, generic. Even if you're listening for nuance, I don't think we really got it there. The Stone Age comment was interesting. He doubled down on the delayed courage for the UK to find those kinds of things. Okay, fair enough. But there were some things that specifically that I was looking for and listening for to see, is there any indication that we might be sending in ground troops? And this is probably the closest that I was able to find.
I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards they have.
All right, so kind of an escalation there, saying, I'm not going to, we could send them back to the Stone Age. We could hit their oil. We could do some damage with all that. Okay, fair. And I'm all for that. It is what it is. The war is underway now. There's no sense crying over spilled milk. We're engaged. Now you have to win the war decisively. Then we get this statement, the Tripoli, USS Tripoli arrives in the Arabian. We've had reports from Wall Street Journal that 10,000 troops are being mobilized. The 82nd Airborne is on their way. I don't know. I think this is posturing. I hope this is posturing. Let me play this.
Option 1 just arrived. You just mentioned it, Joey. The USS Tripoli, now in the Arabian Sea. In addition to the nearly 2,000 Marines on board, there's a formidable aviation component as well, including F-35 stealth fighter jets. Joey's loving these photos. Super Stallions, Vipers, AH-1 gunships. President Trump's former CIA director and Secretary of State thinks you need these Marines to help with the talks with Iran.
You do move it there for a purpose of leverage and negotiation. Mr. Witkoff's position is much stronger when there's a bunch of Marines sitting on your doorstep. We're not there yet. This is not time to pull back. They still have systems. You can see they're still able to fire rockets, missiles.
All right. So, I mean, hearing that from Pompeo of all people, whichever version of Pompeo that is, I said on Daily, I said Pompeo Zempic. That's his new name, Pompeo Zempic. Because something's on with that guy. But anyways, I agree with him, actually, that you need the Marines there to kind of show a show of force, which is, it's funny because usually it's the other way around. So, a show of force, when I was in Afghanistan, a show of force was an F-18 flying overhead and dropping flares, or in a rare one-off case, a B-1B Lancer flying overhead and dropping flares. And that's supposed to break engagement. Now it's the opposite. The B-1Bs and the F-15s and the F-18s and the F-35s, the B-2s, they're all doing their bombing runs, and it may or may not be working. So what do? You have a show of force with the Marines. You bring 2,500 Marines and have them floating off your coast and like, hey, let us at it. Let us at it. And then Witkoff has more leverage. Maybe. I would hope that that's the case. What I do know is that I thought this was a very interesting conversation right here with the foreign minister Aragchi talking to NBC News about U.S. ground troops.
Boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them. And that would be a big disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality. Even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves.
So that was my favorite part right there. First off, the host is like, are you ready for ground troops? Yeah, we're ready for them. And he's like, what? He's taken aback. He's like, are you sure you're ready for U.S. ground troops? And Aragchi's like, yeah, we're okay. And then he goes on to say, yeah, we're looking at this invasion. We're saying we're ready for the for ground troops. And it's funny, they don't call it an invasion. And he also doesn't say we're ready to fight them. He says we're ready to confront them. And then he says we're not looking for a continuation of the war. And so I'm wondering, are these ground troops? I mean, look, if you're going to go in there and secure the uranium in Iran, it is going to take a ground element. It is also going to take guys on QRF that are ready to fuck shit up if something happens. So here's what I'm getting at. So, and this is the picture as I kind of see it being painted right here. I don't know if this is true or not, of course. But you have Pompeo saying that the Marines and the U.S. ground troops allow Witkoff and Kushner and J.D. Vance to negotiate from an even stronger standpoint, right? They've got these guys at their back. Part of that negotiation is going to be getting the uranium out of Iran. And as Witkoff said on Hannity when this whole thing kicked off, we're going to provide the uranium to Iran. We're going to give them uranium at the enrichment level that we think they need to facilitate their civilian nuclear program. Okay. So if we're going to go in there and get the uranium, we're going to be sending in special forces, IAEA individuals, other nuclear, trained assets to take it out. I think what the troops are there for, perhaps, is a shit hits the fan type scenario. So we negotiate with them, the civilian government, not the Ayatollah, not the clerics, not the theocratic government in Iran, but the civilian government, Pezeshkian, Aragchi, the people that are, not of the clerical class. And the new regime, as Trump calls them, right? He says, we've got a new regime in place. So Pezeshkian, it's not going to be Pahlavi. I'm glad to see that doesn't happen. The Venezuelan formula, right? Maduro's out, Delcy Rodriguez is in. You don't get Hakuna Matata. You don't get Maria Corina Machado. You get Delcy Rodriguez. And Trump's like, our relationship's great. And then Trump says, we're going to use the Venezuelan formula in Iran. It's going to be somebody, we're not going to put in a new regime. It's going to be somebody that already exists. So Khamenei gets killed. We think Motaba Khamenei might be killed as well. Maybe not. Nobody's seen him in like a month. And you got Pezeshkian and you got Aragchi, the foreign minister, who was negotiating with Witkoff and Kushner before this thing kicked off, now saying we're welcoming ground troops. We're ready for them. We can confront them. We don't want a continuation of the war. So what happens to me, in my opinion, is we go in there, we get the uranium, we pull out, we negotiate a deal. All that comes to fruition. The troops are there just in case they try and fuck with our special forces. If they try and pull something off, then we have that there to go in and get those guys out to escalate the war at that point. So that's just my take on this. What I do know is that this is not going to fare over well with the U.S. From JFeed, Israel rules out ground troops in any U.S. operation in Iran, media reports. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing? We got troops floating out there in the Arabian Sea, ready to go in this war that is, it's hard to say that this war is not a huge benefit for the Israelis. And they're like, yeah, we're not sending anybody in. You guys are going at it alone. American sons and daughters, you guys go fight for this. Okay. And that will lead to this article. And I understand, I realize, to be clear, I realize Israel is fighting in southern Lebanon, northern Israel. They're fighting the Houthis in Yemen. They're fighting all over the place. I got that. Doesn't change that what I believe, this war was kicked off by them. New York Times, Israel's message to a broad swath of Lebanon, Shiites must go. Holy shit. I read this on Friday. You may or may not have caught it because I did it at the end of Badlands Daily. This is from the New York Times, so grain of salt, but what the fuck? In private calls to local leaders across southern Lebanon, Israeli military officials have assured several Christian and Druze communities that they could remain in the evacuation zone. So Christians, Druze, you guys can stay. Everybody else got to go. They have pressed them, however, to force out any Lebanese from neighboring Shiite Muslim communities who have sought refuge among them as Israeli bombardments flatten Shiite towns, according to local Christian, Druze, and Shiite leaders who spoke to the New York Times. The Shiites make up the majority of southern Lebanon. Local leaders took the message as a clear signal. Israel is trying to force out one group in the south, Shiites, who are from the same sect as Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militant groups that Israel is trying to vanquish. Quote, Israel wants to create a new buffer zone. It wants us out. What can we do? Said Ali Nasser, a Shiite from one of the border villages. Mr. Nasser and his relatives fled their farm when the war broke out and sought refuge in Ramesh, a predominantly Christian town within the evacuation area. About 2 weeks later, municipal leaders informed them that they need to leave at once. So first they went to the city of Sidon on the coast, and then after being unable to find any space in any government-run shelter there, a relative's home in the eastern Bekaa Valley beyond the limits of the evacuation zone. Quote, the town received and hosted us. We are grateful for that, said Mr. Nasser of Ramesh. But, he said, local leaders told him the pressure from Israel to make them leave was too great. I'm at a loss. Folks, that is Israel coming into a sovereign country, Lebanon, and telling the people there, Christians, Druze, not Jews, Druze, you guys can stay. But you guys need to rat out your Shiite, other, civilians that are Shiites. You need to rat them out. I mean, I remember this book. It was called Anne Frank, Secret Diary of Anne Frank. As Chris Paul said yesterday on Badlands Daily, it's also the opening scene to Inglourious Bastards, when the family, the Christian family has, the French Christian family has the Jews stashed away under their floor. I mean, how the fuck is this any different, guys? Can anybody explain how this is any different than 1940s Germany, as we're told? And I understand people, you got a certain community out there that no matter what, the IDF, the Israeli government, can't do any wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. If the Christians and the Druze are able to stay in that area, then so can the Shiites. That's their home. That is not Israel. That is not your land. That is crazy, man. That is crazy. Miss A. Watley, we just talked about that. Theophilus McCormick. We just talked about that like 20 minutes ago. Maybe you're behind. I don't know. Could be behind. So let's jump into this story, because to me this is another story from the Times of Israel. That, to me, when I saw that story from New York Times, granted it's New York Times, so it could be pure propaganda, right? The Democrat Party is no fan of Israel, so it very well could be. But Glenn Dean, same as 1930s Germany, exactly. Aeolus, 6 million though. Oh, so numbers are now the justification. So that's the threshold now. It's okay until it gets to a certain point, and then it's not okay. That is not okay. That is not okay. And we don't know how many millions it's been, by the way. We don't, I mean, is it millions? Probably not, but we don't know. And I'm talking about Lebanon, not 1930s Germany. It's not okay, man. It's not okay. And if you're only willing to call it out when it's the Muslims or the Nazis, then you're just, I got nothing, man. It's well past time that people stop covering for this government over there, and the things that they do, the atrocities that they do. Going in there and telling an entire civilian population, you have to leave your country because we said so. Not everybody, because we want it to be safe. We're not telling everybody evacuate out of here because we're going to bomb this place. No, we're saying Christians and Druze stay behind, Shiites get out. And tell them. And guess what's happening as they get out? I'm sure they're being rolled up, bombed. Oh, they were Hezbollah. They were fleeing because they were Hezbollah. So check this out. Times of Israel put this out. Israel may be winning battles, but it's losing the U.S. public. It says, as war continues, the U.S.-Israel relationship is simultaneously at its highest and lowest point. The military accomplishments resulting in unprecedented levels of U.S.-Israeli coordination and intelligence sharing have been extraordinary in both speed and scope. At the very same moment, Israel's political standing in the United States is in free fall. According to a recent poll by Tamrur Politigraphy, I fucked that word up on last week, and I did it again today. So let me try that again. According to a recent poll by Tamrur, an Israeli research firm, 81% of Jewish Israelis believe the effect of the Iran war will be a, quote, strengthening of the relations between the U.S. and Israel, end quote. By contrast, only 10% of connected U.S. Jews agree with that assessment, per a recent poll by the Jewish People Policy Institute. That is because the shared values, interests, and broad popular support that long served as the glue of the U.S.-Israeli alliance is crumbling. Within the Democratic Party, a growing majority no longer sees Israel as reflecting American values. That's not surprising. The Democrats have, even though most Jewish people vote Democrat in the United States, the Democrats as a party have pushed back against, the Gaza war and all that. And rightfully so, maybe not. I tend to believe that the IDF was way overbearing on Gaza. So I kind of align with them. And I'm among a growing group of quote unquote conservative Republicans. The article continues. Among Republicans, the ground is shifting. A rising faction on the far right. There you go. Now you cast us far right. There you go. Throw them insults. A rising faction on the far right is more willing to argue that Israel's actions are entangling the United States in costly wars than serving to advance shared strategic interests. In late 2025, a Pew Research poll showed 50% of Republicans under the age of 50 had an unfavorable view of Israel. I think the number's a lot higher than that now. I think the number is a lot higher than that right now. Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this clip real quick. Here it is. Here it is. This was President Trump on April 1st, on Wednesday. If you don't believe me when I say the under 50 thing is interesting, there is... look, again, I'm probably going to piss off a lot of people in the audience because our audience is mainly my age and above, right? We don't get a whole lot of 20-somethings listening to this show. There is one of the biggest psychological operations that ever took place was the Judeo-Christian foundation that our country was built on. Pam Bondi said it this week. Or not Pam Bondi, Caroline Levitt, excuse me, said it this week. The Judeo-Christian values this country was founded on 250 years ago. Judeo-Christian is a construct. It is a word that was brought into, I'm not going to say it was made up in the 1930s, but it was completely irrelevant until the 1930s when they pushed it out there into the mainstream in order to garner support for the U.S. entering the European theater of World War II. Judeo-Christian. Counterintuitive. It's like Judeo and Christian. And people will say, well, the Old Testament is the foundation of Christianity. The New Covenant is Jesus Christ, which the Jews reject. So I'm not saying, like, again, Judeo-Christian, those two words should not go together. It's a construct. It is a psychological operation. And that psychological operation impacted most my great-grandparents and my grandparents, which impacted my parents. And this is one of the hardest issues for them to come to grips with. President Trump says it right here. Listen to what President Trump says.
Fans, frankly, evangelicals and Christians, just Christians, I think they like Israel more than Jewish people like Israel, if you want to know the truth. It's really true. I get so many coming up, but I don't know when that started. It did start not thousands of years ago, I can tell you. It started, but the love for Israel is great. You wouldn't have.
So President Trump is saying right there, the evangelicals, the Christians, he's very quick. He's very quick to kind of walk back. And he's also he kind of mumbles it like begrudgingly, like he's kind of nervous about saying what he said right there, but he's right. He is right. He is right, guys. Huck Filler says, how many Jewish people fought in the Revolutionary War? So I had a post there this week when Caroline Levitt made that comment about Judeo-Christian values in 250 years ago. And of course, she got community noted with a quote from Thomas Jefferson about what he thought about Judaism. And then a whole smorgasbord of arguments came out at me for sharing that. And I had people telling me, we are Judeo-Christian. I had people telling me that Jews founded this country. Jews founded this country. Yet we didn't have a single signer of either the Declaration or the Constitution that was Jewish. Our first Jewish congressman was not until 1864. A Levin was his name. Ironically, I wonder if he's of that lineage of Mark Levin. So yeah, I don't get that. Now, were there Jewish people in the United States? Sure. There were Jewish people over here. It was, our country was predominantly built on religious freedom, among many, many other things. And I'm going surface level. But there was very little influence from the Jews, and they'll point to, well, George Washington sent a letter to a synagogue in Pennsylvania or New Jersey or Pittsburgh or whatever. Okay, so you know how many letters he sent? He probably sent letters to some pretty shitty people, Benedict Arnold being one of them when he was his commanding officer. Also, Benedict Arnold got screwed over big time. Okay, so let's end that there. We don't need to go down. Here's another fascinating thing that President Trump said, and he this is the one point that he did, not one point, but he did talk about this in his report. So this is from True Social. The country of France would not let planes headed to Israel, loaded up with military supplies, fly over French territory. France has been very unhelpful with respect to the butcher of Iran, who has been successfully eliminated. The USA will remember President DJT. That was kind of interesting to me because the butcher of Iran has been dead for quite a while. Ibrahim Raisi was the quote-unquote butcher of Iran, and this goes back to a trial when he was a prosecutor in the 1990s, I think, or 80s, where he had a bunch of people executed. So I don't understand what President Trump was saying there. It's kind of interesting. I wish somebody in the media would press him on that. What do you mean by the butcher of Iran has been eliminated successfully? He was killed in a helicopter crash in 2023, I think. All right, but this is the really interesting one. All of those countries, Trump truthed this out on March 31st, so Tuesday, all of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from us. Buy from the U.S. We have plenty of jet fuel and oil. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Go to the strait and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore. Just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. That's like the big kids are playing on the basketball court and you want to play. The little kids want their chance to play. So you find a big kid and you're like, hey, my brother, my actual brother, can you go over there and kick those kids off the basketball court? And the guy goes over there and he's like, hey, you guys need to stop playing. The little kids, it's their turn. And like some of the kids leave and they're like, all right, we'll play on half of the court. And the big brother's like, okay, I did half of it. You go do the rest. I don't know. Really shitty analogy there. I apologize. But I just thought that was rich, man. And so what does this do? This exposes a whole lot in NATO. First, Politico says UK to host Strait of Hormuz summit this week. Basically, Starmer is getting all the people together to figure out how they're going to go about dealing with this. Okay, it is what it is. But then the Telegraph put this article out. Trump interview. I am strongly considering pulling out of NATO. Now, again, he puts out this bold headline, like we're pulling out of NATO to get people engaging with this. Are we going to pull out of NATO? I hope so, but maybe not. We don't know. There's a lot of question about, does President Trump even have that authority? Broadly, the president has the authority to pull us out of treaties unilaterally. But the NATO one is a little bit questionable because Congress requires a 2/3. They passed a law that would require a 2/3 vote to get us out of NATO. It hasn't been challenged, the constitutionality of Congress passing that law, when the Article 2 of the Constitution leaves that power with the president. Congress gets us into the treaties. All right. Anyways, in other words, could President Trump do it unilaterally? Maybe, maybe not. It's a gray area. But it puts the idea in the mind, and then we get this article here, which blew my mind. Trump has told the Telegraph he's strongly considering pulling out of NATO after it failed to join his war in Iran. Trump was asked if he would reconsider the U.S.'s membership after the conflict. He replied, oh, yes, I would say it's beyond reconsideration. I was never swayed by NATO. I always knew they were a paper tiger, and Putin knew that too, by the way. NATO partners have been reluctant to reopen the strait through which 20% of the world's oil typically travels, sending global oil and gas prices spiraling while threatening a global recession. Mr. Trump added, quote, beyond not being there, it was actually hard to believe. And I didn't do a big sale. I just said, hey, you know, I didn't insist too much. I just think it should be automatic. We've been there automatically. So Trump is saying, hey, I told them we need you in the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't like go out there and like, you have to come or I'm going to whatever. I just said, hey, we need you in the Strait of Hormuz. And they were like, nah, I got better things to do. And so Trump's like, oh, okay. This was my polite asking. This was me politely saying, hey, we need your help. Can you come help us? And NATO's like, fuck you. And Trump's like, oh, fuck me? You know, hey, what's your name? Steve. Fuck you, Steve. Hey, what's your name? Carl. Fuck you, Carl. That's what I kind of feel like here. That's what we're doing back and forth. Anyways, we've been there automatically, including Ukraine. Ukraine wasn't our problem. It was a test, and we were there for them, and we would always have been there for them. They weren't there for us. There's a lot of animosity right now between the United States and Britain. Maybe that's why the king the king is coming over next month. Singling out the UK, he says, quote, you don't even have a navy. You're too old, and had aircraft carriers that didn't work, referring to the state of Britain's fleet of warships. Asked whether the prime minister should spend more on defense, President Trump added, quote, I'm not going to tell him what to do. He can do whatever he wants to do. It doesn't matter. All Starmer wants is costly windmills that are driving your energy prices through the roof. Following his comments, Sir Keir affirmed his support for NATO, describing it as, quote, the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen, end quote. Yet it took 20 years to beat a bunch of cave dwellers in Afghanistan. This is the part that blew my mind. This is the part that enraged me when I read this. On Tuesday, the First Sea Lord admitted that the Royal Navy is not ready for war. What? How is the Royal Navy not fucking ready for war? Did you just come off of a big war? Was there just a big war that we didn't know about, that the Royal Navy took a bunch of casualties and losses and they're not ready? Are you not a maintained force in readiness? The First Sea Lord admitted that the Royal Navy is not ready for war, making him the most senior serving military figure to warn of the perilous state of the armed forces. At the start of the conflict in Iran, 4 of Britain's 6 destroyers were out of service and under repair. 66% of Britain's destroyers are out of service and under repair, which means their aircraft carriers are going nowhere. Without destroyers, their aircraft carriers are going nowhere. That's all their missile defense. That's all their surface level defense and their subsurface level defense is those destroyers. And there's only 2 out of 6 that are ready to deploy. The UK has been forced to borrow a warship from Germany to fulfill its NATO obligations in the North Atlantic. You have to ask yourself, I think this is severely underreported. What that First Sea Lord is admitting right there. President Trump, what he's been saying about NATO not paying their fair share, NATO not holding up their end of the bargain, is absolutely fucking right. Absolutely right. That right there is one of the biggest exposés that I think I've seen. That the British Navy has 4 out of 6 of their destroyers in dry dock getting repaired. Why would you ever do that? 1 at a time, maybe 2 at a time at most. But you've got all of them in dry dock? Or 4 out of 6? What the fuck were you thinking? Also, you only have 6. Also, why are they under repair? There's just so many questions about this. Like, what would happen? And this is why President Trump says NATO is a paper tiger, because the UK is supposed to be, your dominant navy in the European region. Obviously, our navy would shit all over them and instantly. But you guys remember like the Spanish Armada and the British Armada and like all the British fleet and like the old stories we heard of the 17 and 1800s when they were the dominant forces? That shit's gone. That is long gone at this point. I mean, we knew that, right? But man, why are we in NATO? And I've said this for a long time. I've said this for so long. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO, on our defense, to man these bases, to occupy these bases, to supply these bases. And we're 40 trillion fucking dollars in debt. And if shit were to pop off like it is in the Hormuz Strait, we're paying $5 gas prices because England ain't got the fucking jewels to get over to the Strait of Hormuz and maintain that as open so that they can get the oil supply, the jet fuel, the resources they need coming out of that region. They're not ready. Get out of NATO. That done deal. Done deal. All right. Get out of NATO. Man, that story, I don't know why that story makes my blood boil so much, but I'm maybe I'm overreacting on it. I don't know. I thought that's a big deal. That story right there. All right, let's hit another sponsor and then we'll keep going. We'll get into the Charlie Kirk story. That story is pretty big. Let's go ahead and hit another sponsor though. Have you guys tried 1775 coffee yet? Now's your shot. 1775 starter kit just dropped 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus with no crash, all single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Plus, you're getting a gold spoon clip because Freedom is not scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear for just $99. This is for the ones who've been watching it blow up on Rumble. 1775 coffee, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. All right, let's keep the show rolling. Let's get into the Charlie Kirk story. So the Daily Mail puts this story out and breaks the internet with this story. Bullet used to kill Charlie Kirk did not match rifle, allegedly used by suspect Tyler Robinson, new court filing claims. That is not at all what was said. Okay? And I do not believe Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And I'll tell you why. And I stay out of the popularity contests on social medias, on these podcasts and everything. I think it's retarded. All right. I don't think that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk for two reasons. A 30-06 does not do what people say it does. And you can call me a retard. You can say, oh, I'm a hunter. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. When you're shooting a deer, all right, when you're shooting a deer from 100, 200, 300 yards, however far you're taking the shot, if you're taking 300, you better be really fucking good. You're talking about a deer that has, first off, you might have hit its shoulder, right? If you hit the shoulder, you're talking about an animal that I've never actually measured the diameter of a deer's, torso. But I would imagine it's significantly more than the human neck, which averages 4.7 to 5.3 inches. Okay. So these guys are like, oh yeah, I've seen 30-06 rounds get stuck in a buck. Okay, sure. There's no question that could happen. Could hit the bone, deflect off the bone, go different directions. Sure. When you're talking about a 5-inch fucking neck, a 30-06, the rate that, like, nothing in that body would cause the bullet to shoot directly down into the torso. All right. So that's the argument, that it hit his spine and shot straight down. Here's the thing. If that bullet hits the vertebrae, the spine, at 2,800 feet per second, fully intact, 30-06 round, 150 to 180 grain bullet, even if they use like a varmint round, 110 grain, whatever. At that velocity, if it hits the spine, one of two things happens at that point, in my opinion. It either deflects slightly, deviates slightly, and exits the body, done. Or, and the vertebrae probably also goes out the body, the back of the neck as well. Or if it hits the vertebrae square on perfectly and it deflects it straight down, the vertebrae is not absorbing all that impact and just moving it down like it's an immovable object. The vertebrae, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So that as the round hits that and goes down, the vertebrae is going to go in the opposite direction, equal and opposite reaction. So the vertebrae would have come out the back of his neck. Either way, there would have been an exit wound of some sort. Period. 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 And anybody that's arguing otherwise, I mean, you probably believe that they recovered the magic bullet from the 6th floor of the book depository in Dallas. You probably believe the magic bullet theory. You probably also believe that James Earl Ray shot MLK. So that's all I'm going to say. But getting back to the point here, Daily Mail saying that the bullet did not match is incorrect. And I will be, honest. I know we all want to hear that story, but that's not what they said. Here is from the actual court filing. So when I saw this story from Daily Mail, I was like, I want to read this filing. So I had to actually go and find the filing because it wasn't on Court Listener. Had to find it. Had to find the Robinson docket, pay $10 to get access to the Utah for one day. $10 for one fucking day to get access. And then I had to pay for the documents on top of it. This one was like $2. So in reading this, I found a lot of interesting things. And it seems like the state of Utah is not being very cooperative with Tyler Robinson's defense. Now, granted, they're going to try and paint a picture here, as all attorneys would, to get this thing delayed and pushed back as far as possible and maybe even dismissed at some point. So they say here, what is preventing that plan from going forward is the incomplete status of the DNA discovery as outlined in the defense's March 25th informal discovery request. Let me read this whole page because it's worth it. It is evident, and this is let me also tell you what I'm reading. This is the preliminary the motion to vacate or dismiss, continue or vacate the preliminary evidentiary hearing. So this is the preliminary hearing where they're going to lay out their case and say, Your Honor, this is what he did. This is the evidence we have. And the defense is going to say, Your Honor, he didn't do it. This is the evidence that we have. And the judge is going to say, you know what? We're going to let this go to a trial, or you guys do not meet the burden and this is dismissed. So this is the filing to continue that and make it later on down the road. It is evident from the foregoing that the defense has been diligent in seeking available DNA discovery, in retaining needed experts and providing them with discovery, and in formulating a reasonable work plan for completion of the defense's independent analysis of the state's DNA evidence. What is preventing that plan from going forward is the incomplete status of the DNA discovery, as outlined in the March 25th informal discovery request. In other words, we want to assess the DNA that you guys have, but they haven't given them the assessments yet. We're 2 weeks away from this preliminary hearing, and the defense has still not been given the DNA analysis, something that's going to take them months to hire their own experts to assess this, to look at this. There's no way that it should be taking this long to get it to them. And if it does take that long, they should have an equal amount of time to have their own independent analysis done to rebut these claims. So there's the first one, the DNA. Here's the bullet. Regarding the firearm evidence, the defense has been provided with an ATF summary report, which indicates that the ATF was unable to identify the bullet recovered at autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. So they're not saying the bullet did not match. They're saying they're unable to identify the bullet recovered at the autopsy to the rifle allegedly tied to Mr. Robinson. Now, this is where it gets really crazy. I have not seen the ATF report. There's allegedly a 4-page ATF report, which we'll talk about here in just a second. ATF is saying they only required a fragment of the jacket of the bullet, but it sounds here like they recovered an intact bullet. And I think I also remember them saying that it was an intact bullet. And if it's not an intact bullet, how did they know it was a 30-06 round? How do we know if they don't have an intact bullet and they haven't pieced this bullet back together? How do they know that this was a 30-06 round? That is a question that I'm wondering. Yeah, the copper jacket. Tim L. T-Bird, the copper jacket. If it's FMJ, the copper jacket that's around it, they said they found a fragment of that. Reading on, although the state has not indicated an intent to produce this report at the preliminary hearing, the defense may very well decide to offer the testimony of the ATF firearm analyst as exculpatory evidence. In order to make this determination, it is necessary for the defense and its firearm expert to review the ATF case file and protocols relating to this examination, which have not yet been provided. The state has also indicated that the FBI is in the process of conducting a second comparative bullet analysis, as well as a bullet lead analysis, but these analyses are not yet complete. Again, until the defense receives the case files and protocols relating to these analyses, and this has them independently evaluated by its expert, they will not be in a position to assess the reliability of this evidence if either the state or the defense decides to proffer it. So in other words, what the defense is saying here is that we know that the prosecution is not going to use this as evidence to say that he did do it, but we want to use this as evidence to suggest that he didn't do it, or that there's beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't match the bullet to it. You can't match the bullet to his gun. I don't even think you can tell us what caliber the bullet was. But you're going to tell us in press reports and everything that it was a 30-06 and that it was him from the rooftop and that they've recovered the gun, the rifle. But dogs didn't hit on it. It was recovered by when he went back to go find it himself. Okay. And the DNA, they don't have the opportunity. So the DNA is interesting. If you read the report, there's 5 different types of DNA that were found on what they did their analysis, the piece of evidence they did their analysis on. And the only thing pointing to Tyler Robinson is a very small, minute trace of the DNA that was used, apparently using a controversial DNA analysis system. I think it's called like the STR system. I don't know. I read this over the week. Let me see. No, I don't have it in here, but I'll probably dig more into that. I read it surface level because it's a 69-page document, and I thought it was all 69 pages, but it's only 28. So I'll reread it again without the anxiety of knowing that I'm going to be sitting there reading for 3 hours, and I'll assess it again. But here's another key part that shows to me that the prosecution is not cooperating with the defense. For instance, at the March 12th, 2026 meeting, the state indicated, meaning the prosecution, indicated that it intended to introduce the autopsy report into evidence without any supporting expert testimony. What? The autopsy report, completed on September 16th, 2025, was not produced to the defense until November 13th, 2025. So why are you waiting 2 months to give the defense the same report that you've had since September 16th, excuse me? Why are you waiting 2 months to give him that report, to give them that report? The autopsy photographs taken on September 10th, 2025 were not produced to the defense until March 18th, 2026. That's less than a month ago. So they took the pictures the day he was killed, September 10th, 2025, and they didn't give those photographs to Tyler Robinson's defense until last month. 6 months that they've had those, and they haven't been able to look at them. That's fucking nuts, man. That is absolutely crazy. Oh man. All right, let's go ahead and jump into, we got another story. Well, actually, no, this story ties into that. This story, look, I don't know what to make of this, but Newsweek, sheriff at the center of Charlie Kirk's suspects capture resigns. This is Sheriff, what's his name? Nate Brooksby. He was the one that allegedly negotiated Tyler Robinson turning himself in for his own safety. He was afraid. And he's now resigned. This was literally on March 31st. And then the Daily Mail article was March 30th. So the day after all this gets thrust into the spotlight, the sheriff resigns. Says it's because of some other things that took place. Bad complaints, although they don't disclose who the complaints were from. All right. Shocking, right? Here's another Patsy story, potentially, from the Gateway Pundit. I wrote this story this week on April Fool's Day. This guy right here, or girl, we don't know which one it is, Brian Cole Jr., allegedly, he's under arrest. They caught him conveniently. They found all the receipts in the 30-year-old autist's basement, in his bathroom. He kept all the receipts from the pipe bombing, confessed to it after 5 hours of interrogation, all these other things, right? Well, now, as he's defending himself in court, a pretty interesting thing has emerged about the other suspect, which is a former U.S. Capitol Police officer turned CIA security guard, quote unquote security guard. She was given a polygraph test. She was given, during her investigation by the FBI, he was given a polygraph, and she, quote unquote, failed the polygraph. Now, as Alpha pointed out on Thursday, you don't pass or fail a polygraph. It's just misleading, or not. But it did not look good. So from the filing, let me read this right here from the article I wrote. She was asked two relevant questions. Number one, did you place those pipe bombs? Number two, did you place those pipe bombs that evening? Ms. Kirchhoff failed the polygraph. The FBI polygraph examiner noted Kirchhoff's, quote, very controlled reaction to the news of her failing the polygraph and seemingly rehearsed responses to the examiner's questions. Now, Kirchhoff was the woman that was a U.S. Capitol Police officer. She was in the rafters shooting, pepper balls at the protesters. And I think she was also the training officer that was in charge of training on that deployment of weapons, I believe. The interesting thing about her is she lived next door to the man whose Metro card was swiped by the car that, allegedly was caught leaving the scene of the pipe bombs. It was her neighbor, his Metro card that was tracked to that. And, the FBI had a team on there. Kyle Seraphin was among that team that says that when they tried to make contact, he was pulled off that team. Now you've got this gate analysis and all this other stuff coming out, and it's pretty crazy. And as they're investigating the U.S. Capitol Police officer, who, that would have been an incredible development in the case if she was arrested for this. They find the 30-year-old autist in the basement, My Little Pony dweller, that just happened to have all the receipts for this stuff saved up, and he's bought it over the course of 5 years or 3 years or something like that. Wiped his phone 600 times or whatever the case might. It's all bullshit around Brian Cole Jr. None of that is believable to me. Nothing is believable with me. That being said, I don't know that I'm ready to go full bore on the U.S. Capitol Police officer being the suspect, the prime suspect. But I can tell you I'm almost with certainty that it is not Brian Cole Jr. Maybe it is, but there's more to it than just he on his own decided I'm going to go plant this bomb, these pipe bombs, these inert pipe bombs, these fake pipe bombs. Was he handled? Was he given the pipe bombs? Is this one of those stories we talked about last week with the guy in the shooting at Old Dominion, where the FBI sets people up like this. The bomber in the federal building that was given the explosives and told, hey, go blow up that federal building. Be just like Timothy McVeigh. Go blow up that federal building. And he gives them fake bombs, or the Stinger missiles that were fake that were given to the Muslims in, I think it was in New York, to shoot down aircraft. And when they went to go shoot him down, they arrested him because they gave him fake inert devices. Is this the same thing? Brian Cole Jr. Same thing? Maybe, maybe not. But this story just got a lot more interesting with that failed polygraph. And then Steve Baker's allegedly been fired from the Blaze. There's controversy about whether or not he was fired or not. And supposedly they were trying to censor him pretty hard. And now he's going scorched earth. So I don't know what else to say about it. I'm all in on the Brian Cole Jr. and the Tyler Robinson cases. I can't wait. It's like going to be Kyle Rittenhouse on steroids, and fascinating. All right. We are at 2 hours and 46 minutes. Let's hit another ad, and then we will start to wrap the show up. I do have a couple more stories that I have to get to. Must cover stories. But before we do that, let's talk about maybe not. Oh, crap. Hold on. Why is this frozen? Am I frozen? Why is this doing? It's kind of weird. Oh, okay. All right. So I apologize. I screwed up there. So let's jump into this story. From the Los Angeles Times, Marine corporal accused of stealing, reselling weapons and ammo from Camp Pendleton, including that beauty right there. Look at that. You got a Javelin there on the left, and then you've got an AT-4 there on the right. And I've never shot a Javelin. I've shot an AT-4, both the training round and SOI, or that was the small. But they made an AT-4 as well that shot a training round. But I shot a real AT-4 in combat, and that thing is a beast. A beast. Also shot the Law, the M67 Law, the AT-4. Never shot a Jav, but seen many get shot. Anyways, all right, let's jump into this story. And my highlights disappeared, so let me see if I can get those to come back up. Sometimes if I do that, there it is. They all pop back up. A U.S. Marine formerly stationed at Camp Pendleton is now in federal custody, charged with stealing weapons of war, including a shoulder-fired missile system. Corporal Andrew Paul Amarias is accused of using his position as an ammunition tech specialist at the School of Infantry West, its San Diego base, to access and steal military property, including at least one Javelin missile system, military-grade ammo, and other weapons-related material between February 2022, when the Ukraine war started, and November 2025. He transported the stolen weapons and ammunition to his home state of Arizona, where he sold them to a network of co-conspirators and who then resold them, the equipment, to others. This sounds like this guy was set up as well. Who are the co-conspirators? Who are the co-conspirators? And why are we not talking about their arrests? I would like to know that. The court documents include text messages sent between Amarias and his unnamed co-conspirators. Quote, just got some Javs and some other ones, Amarias wrote in August, according to the criminal complaint. I have 2 launchers that I think you'd like if you want to take a look tomorrow. The text message also includes photos, including one of a Javelin missile system whose serial number matched one that he had signed out from the School of Infantry West. Javelin missile systems are portable anti-tank weapons also designed to destroy low-flying helicopters and other fortifications. Prosecutors say in one instance that Amarias offered 30 cans of ammo, about 25,000 rounds, to a co-conspirator. Over a roughly 2-week period, investigators said he stole 66 cans of M855 rifle ammunition, about a third of which has been recovered. That makes no sense to me. As somebody, you know, if you served in the military, especially in the Marine Corps, especially in the infantry, and especially at SOI, there is a very tight ship run at these institutions. I can guarantee you many people have been either court-martialed or fired. At the very least, fired. At the worst, court-martialed over this incident. How a guy was able to take a serialized shoulder-fired weapon such as a javelin and get it off base is beyond me. This is a system, I talked about this last week on Daily. This is a system that has what's called a clue, which is basically it's your aiming device. And it can take it takes a picture of what you're aiming at. You fire the rocket goes up in the air, identifies the picture, and comes down and takes out the target. And it's so specific that you can put two tanks, the same model tank, right next to each other, and it will hit the one that you took the photo of. It'll hit the one that you were aiming at with two of them right next to each other. And so this is something, obviously they only have two, maybe they say one, at least one. He mentions two. Who knows how many he sold, right? If he sold, 10, 20, 30, that's a decent arsenal that could take out a lot of things. The other thing about the javelin, and this is getting a little outside of my wheelhouse, but I don't think the javelin is susceptible to traditional aviation countermeasures. And this is something I might have to ask, General Quast when I see him next week. I'm assuming he's going to be in Nashville. When I see him next week, I'll have to ask him about that, or I could probably look it up online. But I'm pretty sure that the javelin does not rely on heat signatures. It relies on that image, and the only thing that could detract that image would be like a smoke screen, where it like completely conceals. Like tanks have that. Like tanks have these little things. They're like a wedge like this, and it has like 4 holes, and it's like fireworks, and it'll shoot out countermeasures, smoke screen, and create a smoke screen to avoid those detection from those systems. This is concerning, period. Concerning how the kid was able to get this off, the Marine was able to get this off base, concerning who he sold them to, concerning if this is the lack of oversight that we had on all the weapon systems that were coming out from Ukraine, and also, were these weapon systems lost in transit? Like, again, could he be a patsy is what I'm getting at. Or could he have been put up to this? So one of the things we're told when the Ukraine war kicked off was that a lot of the weapons that we're sending over to Ukraine are old stockpile, old weapons. And no place in the Marine Corps would be more likely to have the oldest weapon systems that we have than SOI. Why? Because SOI is not going to be putting these weapons to use in a combat scenario. You would want your best combat weapons in combat. You want your worst and your oldest and your most likely to fail in SOI for 2 reasons. One, you want the reliability when you're out there in the shit. You want to make sure when you pull the trigger, it's going to go boom. And the other thing that's beneficial on a side quest is that at SOI, if you have these weapon systems that are old and are prone to failure, you're teaching guys how to improvise, adapt, and overcome, which is a critical component of combat. Being able to take remedial action and do something immediately. If your mortar tube gets jammed, you know how to go about working the mortar tube. If your rocket doesn't fire, you know what to do if the rocket doesn't fire when you're in combat. Take it over, put it behind something that's a solid structure. You're not going to try and keep shooting it. You're not going to put it away. You're going to take it and get it out of the place where it's an immediate threat to you guys. Anyways, long story. This story fucking reeks. Who are the co-conspirators? Who have they been arming? Who are the purchasers? Are any of these weapons, if they're sold in the United States, in the hands of, some of these Tren de Aragua or, whatever the case might be, these people Biden led over the border? And is this something that's going to be used to either directly attack Americans or to set up a false flag? To usher in God knows what censorship and new laws and all that stuff. Okay, I'm getting ranty on this one. Okay, now let's go ahead and crush another sponsor before moving on. And there we go. Now we've got it working. Guys, you've probably noticed that Rumble is growing fast and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first and actually protects free speech. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content that you came for. Plus, Premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scenes drops, and more from your favorite creators. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Just go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code STUDIO at checkout. Again, that's rumble.com/premium, promo code STUDIO. All right. Thank you to Rumble. And let's see. We've got, what do we have here? Oh, man. There's a lot of stories that I missed today, but let me see if there's a new one. There are some news stories. All right, maybe there aren't news stories. I thought I had them. Okay, I don't. All right, we can end the show with this. I'll get into Rumble Rants right after this. But Eric Swalwell, we alluded earlier to the Fang story coming back around. He's freaking the fuck out about this report. Check this out.
And it's not just all that's going to come. And apparently, and it's not just all that's going to come.
You guys don't need that on 1.2x. Swalwell's so cringe, I can only listen to him on 2x.
And it's not just all that's going to come out on Epstein. It's all going to come out on how they've weaponized the Department of Justice against the president's political opponents. And so to the FBI agents who are being asked to break the law every single day, what we want to make clear, and I know this comes from Jamie Raskin and Robert Garcia, who will have the subpoena power next Congress, you will be protected if you come forward right now. If you do not come forward right now and you enable more corruption on Epstein or the weaponization, you will be before Congress and it will all come out.
What happened?
I mean, he's literally freaking the fuck out. Hey, FBI, if you guys want to roll over, we're going to win the midterms. And if you don't come out now, we're going to go after you if we win the midterms. If we win the midterms, we are going to weaponize the government against you. We don't have any specific claims. We haven't posted any evidence that you violated the law, that you've done anything illegal, but we're going to threaten you right now. Swalwell is freaking the fuck out.
Evidence you have that the FBI agents are being asked to break the law every single day?
Well, this Washington Post reporting and New York Times reporting.
So your evidence that the FBI is breaking the law every single day and justifies you issuing a veiled threat at them is Washington Post and New York Times reporting. Well, then to your point on you, Adam Schiff, all the other deep state motherfuckers, I'll refer to Just the News, Gateway Pundit, Breitbart, and their reporting.
That they are being asked to essentially collude with the Chinese government to interfere in the California governor's race.
No, they're just releasing the report that should be public information about the investigation into you as a member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence fucking a Chinese spy. Let's just call it what it is. You were honeypotted, Swalwell. We want to know why the report was never released to the public. We want to read the report. What was in that report that said you did nothing wrong in getting honeypotted by Fang? She must have just thought you were really attractive and she just wanted to have a genuine relationship with you. She wasn't working you at all. No, she wasn't working you. You fell for it hook, line, and sinker, and now you're doing everything you can to prevent that report from coming out because the DOJ, the FBI, under favorable leadership to you, may or may not have swept this under the rug, and he is bugging the fuck out.
We've heard about the efforts to pull FBI, to fire FBI agents who do not want to see them doing immigration raids or scrubbing, the Epstein files to protect Donald Trump. They're being moved, over to do that. The investigations that they've launched into Adam Schiff, Tish James, Lisa Cook, where judges are throwing out these investigations. And apparently Pam Bondi, who was 90% loyal to Donald Trump, that's not enough. No, it's all going to come out, Pam. And, we are open to whistleblowers who want to come forward, because those are the ones who will be protected.
He's wigging out, man. He is freaking out. He is freaking out. Stand by, guys. I'm telling you, there is going to be some insane things happening in this country in the build up to and immediately following the 2026 midterms. I don't want to, I don't want to fearmonger and all that stuff, but you don't have some Bitcoin, some silver, some gold, shameless plug for my sponsor right here. Text CanCon 35052. Get your free gold and silver IRA guide from Augusta Precious Metals, because I think shit's going to get a little bit spicy coming up here. And when there's volatility with the economy, when it's as volatile as it's going to be, gold and silver shine best, man. Check it out. All right, let's get into the rants here. If anybody's got any questions, we only had one more come in, so I'll just read this. Huck Fillery. Question from a naive, ignorant person. What does Iran, quote unquote, control in the Strait of Hormuz? I think you mean Hormuz. Wouldn't that be a better focal point or battlefield rather than infrastructure? So there's a one point in the port where it gets, in the strait where it gets very, very narrow. And that is where, and it's mountainous surrounding it. And so Iran has perches up there where they can literally strike ships. And that's what they're afraid of, is that Iran is going to somehow hit some of these ships from that position. I don't think it's a big deal. I'm not like, I don't think it's, I don't know. Bro, what is your opinion on Bob Lazar? I don't even know who Bob Lazar is, do I? Oh, an American UFOologist? I don't know much about him, so I can't say at all. Sorry. What else we got here? Oh, Liberty Line. Put the link up. There we go. Let me pin that for a second. Can I? Can I pin it? Yes, I can. There it is. There's the link if you guys want to check out Augusta Precious Metals. Get a free gold and silver IRA guide. If you had a $2 billion ship, would you take that risk? Fuck no. Hell no. But those ships also aren't $2 billion. They might be carrying that much, but the ships aren't that expensive. I think they're in like the 20, 30 million. All right, guys, I am going to wrap it up here. I will probably be doing a premium gaming stream this afternoon at some point. My wife is out getting all her stuff together for GART coming up. And so I will probably do the premium gaming stream. Again, it's for premium only. If you want to support the channel, $5 a month, it's tremendous. It helps me out tremendously. It's, this is what we do for a living. And if you want to fight against the Mockingbird media, you saw me calling out the Mockingbird media earlier. I don't have Pfizer and Moderna and all those other companies backing me up. So, whatever you guys can in either patronizing our sponsors, softdisclosure.com, promo code CanCon. If you're watching here, Mushroom Vibe, promo code CanCon, mypillow.com, promo code CanCon. Like, all the links are down below. Augusta Precious Metals. You can always Rumble Rant, buy subscriptions, all that stuff. Nothing here will ever be, behind a paywall except for the gaming, where I talk a lot of shit. If you have ears, sensitive ears, do not watch my gaming channel. Do not watch my gaming streams if you have sensitive ears, because I go full bore. All right, guys, that's going to wrap it up. Stay frosty. God bless each and every one of you. God bless America. Make the deep state motherfuckers pay for this. Last thing, I am going to leave this stream running, because if I shut it down now, it'll close the chat out, and I know there's people that are way behind. So there we go. Stay frosty, guys.
damn you, we